to tie in with existing sidewalk that goes around the park. And then we will go down Edgerton on the west side. There is sidewalk on the east side. Any questions on this area? Okay. Now we'll go to 2018. All the years. Yeah. And they'll get the area that they're going to be in will have a notice, and it'll show the year that we're working on with notices for that whole neighborhood.
Terry, say if somebody calls you and say, we've got X amount of feet or in front of the property, you can try to give them an estimate of what it costs now for them?
We won't go through every single property and tell them what the estimate is for the future years.
Sure.
But we'll tell them what an average lineal foot and square foot price is. That way they can kind of figure out what their cost is. Yeah.
I don't know what street is. South Burns has no sidewalk.
Yeah.
We're there and it goes to the park.
That is on.
Is that in a future?
That's in a future plan. Let me. Actually, I wonder if it's in the same year. I'm too far north. It could be. I know we added in a future year because there's a block there that doesn't have it. I'm going to take off this aerial. So. It looks like it's on there.
I thought I saw it on there.
Yeah. All right. 2017. And depending on what we run into with some of the things that the city usually pays for, this will be a great budgeting tool because I will know for future years. But then I might, depending on what we come up with an estimate of what next year will be, I will come up to you and say I might be a little bit over, I might be a little bit under, but I'll come with an idea of what that'll be. Okay, so then 2017 would be we fill in some voids up on North Edmonds. West 8th across from the middle school on the south side. We put in new sidewalk here on Montana, and then there's sidewalk over here on Minnesota. We fill in some voids on South Montana, South Iowa, and fill in some voids over here on West 7th. So a lot of this area will be connected once we're done with that year.
Terry, say if the fellow in 2017 wanted some done this year, or this 2015, could he use the bid that we have or not?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. 2018, and I will even allow him to put it on his assessment. If I have someone that comes to me and says, hey, I want to put in my sidewalk, will the city work with me and do that? I work with them as much as we can. The more sidewalk we could get in, the better. So, 2018, this will be in conjunction with the DOT project to rebuild Burr Street. We will come in and put sidewalk on Norway. Then we'll come up and do Minnesota from Norway all the way up to Nindy. And then we'll work on Mitchell Boulevard and coming up South Wisconsin Street. And then last year, 2019, this would be to finish off, put in sidewalk on the south side of East First from Marshall all the way to Tiger. And then we will fill in some stuff on Second, and then go up Marshall, and then finish up some stuff on Fourth that we're connecting and filling in the dots. Any questions on any of those areas? Is there a recommendation to approve the 5-year plan?
Pretty much, you didn't make any changes from when we talked to you
No.
tonight, so when we spent a lot of time on it.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve the sidewalk plan for the next 5 years.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the current sidewalk plan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with that, we could go ahead and, Mel, if you want to start the Public Works.
You need to officially adjourn the other one or not?
Oh, I guess we do. Yeah, but I could have a motion to adjourn the sidewalk committee. Got a motion by Randy. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Could you please activate the mics?
They're on. Are they not working?
We haven't.
The lights are on.
Lights
Oh,
are
they
on.
weren't used.
Thank you.
You're working, but we're not.
Well,
This one works?
yeah, we just have to turn them on.
You
That's all.
did.
Individually.
Okay, so we will call the Public Works Committee to order. Are there any additions to the agenda? If not, then we will move on to the first and only item, the proposed utility rate increase.
All right, we went ahead and put together a quick little PowerPoint to kind of go through the summaries of kind of what we talked about in detail at the last meeting. So the city of Mitchell has an aging infrastructure that ranges in age from the early 1900s to the 1970s, with pipe ranging from sandcast, ductile iron, and clay tile for sewer. When we have streets in town that are in need of some asphalt overlay, but before some of the streets are overlaid, the water and sewer are evaluated to see if the water needs to be replaced or sewer needs to be replaced or lined. With not enough money in the enterprise funds, these projects get pushed back. So if we have a block in town, we need to put an overlay on the street just to hold the street for another 20 years. But if the sewer is old cast iron sewer that we have leaks in or things like that, we wait until we could replace the water main before we spend the amount of money it costs to put a new asphalt overlay. So a new asphalt overlay on a typical street is roughly about $10,000 a block. So it doesn't make sense for us to overlay that street when we need to go in and replace the water in another year, 2 years, or 3 years down the road. So we look at that stuff before we do our overlay. Wastewater plant was built in the 1970s. Replacement of parts of the plant will need to be upgraded. Water plant was also built in the mid-1970s. Replacement, maintenance, and upgrades will be necessary for the distribution of BY water. Maintenance is necessary to keep the plant available should there ever be a need to put the water plant back online. The Water Enterprise Bank. At the end of 2015, the water fund will have $179,000 left in the bank to work on capital improvements. It doesn't give you any money to use to spend on emergency or infrastructure needs. And we just upgrade a small amount and maintain operation instead of upgrading the system at a higher rate. So basically, we're doing little by little and just barely getting by until the next year. The Wastewater Enterprise Bank has a fund at the end of the year of $312,000 left in the bank to work on capital improvements. We currently have a major need for infrastructure replacement, maintenance, and upgrade, but not enough funding to cover those costs. So here's a picture that Shane took on that force main break that we were talking about earlier. So you can tell they're standing there in sewage, and we cut out a piece of that old ductile iron pipe, and they're getting it ready so we can put the repair sleeves on there. Here's another picture of them getting that pipe ready. So water needs approximately $15 million to replace, maintain, upgrade infrastructure due to a 15% increase of cost, which is 5% yearly increase for materials and 10% raise in yearly for labor. The total 20-year cost, including yearly increase, is roughly $17,856,000. So here's a picture of us working on some water infrastructure needs on Sanborn earlier this year. So here's the chart showing the summary of the different amounts that we went for, and you'll see in on later slides just the amount of years it'll take to replace our infrastructure. So at raising the 15 cents would bring us to the 2780, which is the amount for 6,000 gallons, based off this summary of South Dakota cities. 30 cents would bring it to 29, 50 cents to 3060, and 0.75 would be 3260. And you can see the different cities. At this, we would be more of the general average of going with any of these numbers. So the water rate increase, if we added 15 cents per unit, it would generate an additional $100,803. With looking at the total amount of projects we would have, it would take us approximately 27 years, which includes that 15% increase of work. The average residential bill would raise $1.05 per month. Adding 30 cents would raise $201,605 of extra revenue. 24 years would take us to maintain and to get to that point. Average residential bill is $2.10 per month. 50 cents would give us 20 years at the 15% extra cost from year to year, which raises the bill $3.50. And then 75 cents per unit would raise the bill $5.25 at 17 years replacement.
Terry, I don't know if we're on the internet or not. I'm curious. How come a 50-cent increase translates into like a $3.50 increase?
Because a typical resident uses about 7 units of water per month.
Okay.
So that's the reason. Sewer only uses about 4 units per month because it's based off a winter average. So you got a lot of people that don't use as much water because it's irrigating and
Right.
less water usage. Okay, so wastewater needs approximately $23 million to replace and maintain and upgrade infrastructure. With a 15% increase to cost, we're looking at $26,674,000. Here's a chart showing at the different rate increases and where we would be at. 30 cents, we're at $22.60 per 6,000 gallons. 60 cents is $25. $1.05 is $28.60, and $1.50 is $32.20, which gets us more in the average, and there's some that are definitely a lot higher. So adding 30 cents per unit would generate an additional $200,000, which would mean at that rate it would take us 72 years to replace all of our infrastructure. It would raise the average bill $1.20. 60 cents would generate an additional $401,000 with 40 years to upgrade our infrastructure, which would raise the bill $2.4 per month. $1.05 would get us down to 31 years at the 15% added cost per year. Average bill would raise $4.20 per month. And $1.50 would raise an additional $1 million a year, which would get us to 23 years with a 15% cost increase. Average bill would raise $6 per month.
Okay, go back to that one, that last one, sorry. So you're saying over 23 years, explain that last.
We would be able, in 23 years, going at the $1.50 per unit, we would raise $1 million per year, which would give us enough money to upgrade all of our infrastructure within 23 years, plus or minus.
And what's the 15% cost increase, 5% yearly increase?
Is because through time, what we estimated of what cost of materials and labor is, that's going to keep rising.
Right.
So we added a little bit of, I guess, inflation.
So are you saying that we won't, you're not, this doesn't include any other raises in
Right.
rates for the next 23
Yep,
years?
yep.
Terry, wouldn't your 10% annual contingency, wouldn't that fund grow and grow and grow unless you plan on spending 10% contingency every year?
It could, but there's also a chance that there's something that we're not aware of and the cost could be way over the amount for that year.
You've got
Well,
$1.2 million up there. Can you get that all done in 1 year? You got enough contractors to do that? Can you get it all in a calendar year, Terry?
Well, like, we got the one project, the force main project is roughly $850,000. And that's a project that could be done in 1 year. Now, if we create money in our sewer enterprise fund that we would have available to us, then we could line projects up. Like for sewer, we could be lining sewer. We could probably line 20 blocks all in a year. Bring in a contractor where we're going to get a better price because we got a lot more lineal footage, and we would generate plans in the office, and I wouldn't see an issue with doing that. The problem is we have no reserve at all.
So the wastewater and the water go hand in hand.
Correct.
So if you looked at the water rates, you'd have to go with that higher increase too of 22 to balance them, wouldn't you?
Yep.
22 years, it's just
Right.
imaginary.
Right. Yeah.
Things change, but.
Yeah. And when I talked to some of the cities about this, in preparation of the last meeting, that's typically what they did. Is they said we need to upgrade our infrastructure, and they picked a number of around what they wanted, 20-some years or whatever, and then they went towards that. And once they had money in their revenue fund, then they started putting projects together and started getting them built. They did some in-house, and then they hired contractors to do the rest.
You had made a statement in an earlier meeting that because our rates were relatively low, that we were not eligible for grants. If we should raise the rates, are there grants available now, or is this like the federal government's cutting back on all this stuff and there's nothing, even if you raise the rates?
John Vermillion, wastewater superintendent. Talked to Andrew Brule with the DNR today. If we raised our rates up, we would be eligible. I think it's $20-some per 5,000 gallons for DENR grants. Now, that's not guaranteed we're going to get anything. We're eligible for them. District 3, which is what we're in, I think that was the $35 to $37 per $5,000, which probably really isn't realistic, raising them up that high at this time. We wouldn't be eligible for any of their grants or anything. That kind of give you an idea of, there's two different entities there with the DNR and District 3. So DNR, I think by raising our rates with what we're looking at here, we would become eligible if there were grants available. I don't know if there's anything available right now to answer that question.
Okay.
Reminds me of the time when we couldn't accept the lowest bid because of some quirk in the law.
Out of curiosity, how do you measure sewer?
You mean for like a unit?
Oh,
For a homeowner?
if we take the average usage in the wintertime,
How do you measure that?
for water, average water usage,
Just
and we
water.
take an average,
And that equates to the sewage.
And that's the
sewer bill.
sewage, yeah. Because some people don't have a separate meter for residential for doing, irrigating and extra use of water in the summertime. So what we do is we take average of their winter usage, and then that is of water, and that is their average use for sewer. Because there's no way for us to know what their actual sewer usage would be.
So it kind of brings me to my next question on, we don't charge people road usage. And I would think the water and sewer are kind of an infrastructure type of thing. Once you put this new pipe in, it's not gonna wear out for a long time, right?
Correct.
So I was wondering, why do we do it on usage versus just a city, part of the city cost to? It's not a user's fee, because you use more water doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna burn the pipe up faster.
Right. So you're saying, why do we increase our utility rates in order to replace infrastructure?
Well, I may be.
Right, I'm just,
Base, but
yeah.
I'm thinking, okay, this is like roads. You put in a road, that's just something the city does.
yeah.
We don't charge the people living on adjacent to it.
Mhm.
So the piping for the sewer and water for our residents, should that be a usage thing, or does that just go back into our base tax deal? I'm just trying to.
Well, in the absence of having a sewer or water rate, your only option for having a revenue stream to pay for that infrastructure would be property taxes. And your property tax increase is limited by statute. So in order to accommodate what you're doing on an annual basis, you would have to make that equivalent cut out of your property tax funded projects.
Well, what are your wishes?
We did not add this to the agenda as an agenda item. We wanted to talk about it through Public Works to get some ideas. So we had some sort of a rate number you were looking at that we would bring back to the next council meeting.
Yeah, I think it's important to make for sure we'll put it on the city council, because I've had a few people that have contacted me, and I think they will probably want to come in and give their perspective of what they feel. And one of the things that's come back to me is this is an enterprise fund. We understand it, and there are specific projects, but why are we sending money from an enterprise fund then up to the general fund if we've got projects to work on? Please answer that for me.
We did ask Marilyn that question prior to her leaving, and the majority of the funds that come out of the enterprise fund back into the general fund are paying for your administrative fees that are tied to the work done by that fund. Terry and Shane, as well as the billing requirements for that fund, billing out the customers.
So the salaries are getting paid, your salaries are getting paid by that.
Those two salaries, as well as the billing clerk, I believe she said, and the administrative, the cost of doing that.
And perhaps one option would be to reduce that 300,000 to the general fund by taking a portion of our salaries or of those costs out of this fund, so that it's not impacting the general fund.
So basically, just take it right out of our budget. So we would budget for water billing staff, and then that money comes out of water and wastewater enterprise funds instead of being a transfer to general. So nothing would be a transfer anymore. It would be, those amounts would be taken right out of our funds. So you would know exactly what those numbers are.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. When I was in the legislature, this drove me crazy because every department had a technology account, and they paid the Bureau of Technology, and so state money was paying state money, and it was a big, it's a shell game. The dollars don't change. I guess, for me, if we're going to increase rates, I personally would like to do it one time. And I understand about the small increases, but it's like a bird tapping on your window. 1 tap is cute, 2 is tolerable, 3 is annoying, and at 4 I'm getting the shotgun. And it's the same thing with increases. Even though they're small, people say every year you're raising it. So, whatever the committee wants to do, but for myself, I would like to do it. Obviously, we're not going to do it one time and be done, but you understand what I'm saying. Do it one time and leave it alone for a significant period of time. But that's my view.
I guess I don't mind kind of what you're talking about. but if we would vote to do this a certain dollar amount for the next 3 years, whatever. So, because, you know, I don't know how many people have ever lived on an hourly salary, but they're not, some of them aren't covering their bills now. And $36 or whatever might not sound like much to some people, but to other people, it's a choice that they're gonna have to make of how they're gonna fund it. At least it would give them some time to think about and say, well, it's gonna go up $1 this year, $1 next year, $1 following year, so they have an idea. You're only voting on it once, but this is what it's gonna be. I guess I would rather see that than throw it all into one and just charge it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know that we can do that, though.
It would have to be approved by the next city council.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to vote on it every year.
I understand that, but at least it gives them an idea that it's coming.
The one other thing to keep in mind with this force main project that we're staring at as a, emergency situation, if you do smaller increases, we won't have the money in the enterprise fund to fix it. We're going to be asking for the sewer fund to help, for the general fund to help us out.
Well, I think that's what I'm looking at. I look at the length of time that it's gonna take to pay these off, and we can't afford that time. I think that Mel's right, that I think we're, at this point, unfortunately, we're a little bit caught between a rock and a hard spot, in that we are in an emergency situation and we need to raise funds, and we need to, unfortunately, raise them quicker than the lower numbers, the lower increase will accommodate. So I think that at least this initial bump, and then to say that we're not going to raise prices or raise rates for the next 23 years, I think that's probably not realistic. Or for 72 years is even less realistic. But at least we need to be, I think we have no choice but to be aggressive initially. I think that we have got to do a bigger leap. And I understand, Randy, I'm sympathetic to people who are on fixed incomes, and then that's always something that's like really weighs heavy in my decisions. But I think right now we don't have an option. I just don't think we have an option.
And there's one more part to this whole component that I look at when we're doing these projects, and it's from past records. And Eric, excuse me, I'm sorry, but change orders when we do projects. Look, how many change orders do we have on Second Street? We had to find additional money from.
2
So
2 or 3.
You're going to do some of these, and these change orders going to come in, and what percentage? And I know we're going to have to do this. I understand that, but I don't know if these numbers are realistic or not. I don't know. I just think that we need to take a look at it at slow increases and make sure that we don't overextend ourselves putting money out there to do projects so that we can
But
complete
Randy,
them.
doesn't it concern you that if we take too much time, that we're going to be in a situation where we're constantly reacting, and we've got pipes that are wearing out, and instead we've got people standing knee deep in sewage in the middle of the night for 8 hours trying to fix something and then it's more expensive because we're reacting instead of planning and being prepared.
Well, I look at it still, again, as if I own a $150,000 house, it costs me more in property tax and water and sewer in Mitchell than it does in 11 of the other 14 Class 1 cities in South Dakota. And we can talk about water and sewer as the top priority, or we can talk about the Corn Palace as top priority. Every time a subject comes up, it becomes the highest priority. So if this is the highest priority, fine, let's look at the accounting rules of what we can do, and if we have to me, the money's already there. We're already taking in more money for a $150,000 house than almost all the other towns in South Dakota. And if this is the priority and we want to funnel money toward that infrastructure, to me, the money's already there, and you don't need to raise the rates at all. Our property taxes are high enough. Yeah, our water rates and sewer rates are lower than the other places, but you put our property taxes with that, just city property taxes, not any of the other property taxes, and you add water and sewer and a normal monthly unit to that, and we're higher than everybody. So obviously then we're taking money and we're putting it to other things that we think are a priority over infrastructure, because we're already taking in enough money. So my point is, let's list the priorities through the budget process. How much money are we going to give to that? And I think, yeah, there should be some increases here, but that means we're going to have to take some money away from other places. It's not just every time somebody wants something, we add another million here, add another million here, add another million here. It can't go on that way. If our property tax rate was in the middle or in the low end compared to other people, maybe we can look at those increases. But we're not there. It costs more as a homeowner of a $150,000 house than it does in most other cities in South Dakota. And that just, where obviously our priorities are putting that money someplace else. If we think we need to switch it to here, great, let's switch it to here, but what are we going to take it from?
Well, we've heard three different philosophies here tonight, and I'm sure that's very helpful to you, Terry. So do we want to give Terry some direction? I hear Dave and Steve saying it should be a basic service.
Oh, I'm not saying it should be a basic service.
Well, it's part of
I'm
the
not
money that we're already.
It's part of the
throwing
money
in.
we're already taking in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a use, to me, it's a use fee. I mean, it costs us to buy treated water. We used to treat water and it cost us to treat water. We don't treat water anymore. Okay, and then how we calculate sewer rate, that's fine with me. I mean, we're trying to give people mostly a break. If they water a lot in the summertime, we don't want to have that count against them, and I can understand that. But maybe we redefine how sewer rate is calculated so that the dollars go up. That's an option. The other option is, and some of the cities, if you read the reports on their water and sewer, some of them just have a flat fee for sewer. It's $80 or $33 a month, and we don't calculate on any usage. That's just how much it is. We don't care if you never flush your toilet or run your water at all, if you're even gone. If you aren't there, it's still costing you $33. We could look at that. Water, to me, is a perfect use. It costs us to buy treated water. It costs us to main the distribution lines. The more you use, the more it costs us to purchase now from BY. The more you use before, it costs us more to treat it. And to me, that's an easy use thing. Maybe sewer could be recalculated or go to a flat fee. It could still raise more money.
So this is just a general question. I accept what you say there. So what are we going to do between January and August when we do the budget again? We've got this big project. Are we willing to take the money out of the reserve to get this done? Do we want to spend more money and deal with crisis by crisis instead of trying to get ahead of it? Terry's come to us for direction. If we don't want to raise the fee, and I understand that, we need to kind of give them some indication of which way to go.
I understand both sides, and the one thing that I truly believe is the enterprise fund should stand on their own, and I think one of the things that's pointed out to me is we just didn't all of a sudden wake up and we've got an old city with old pipes. We should have been planning for this for quite a while, and in doing so, we more than likely we should not have been sending funds to the general fund as we were doing in the past. But again, I realize that there's different projects that come up from time to time. You want to obviously take care of them. So in saying that, I think we should move forward with an increase, with a plan that indicates that we are going to pay for it with the usage and the funds that we have in place. And then getting to Steve's point, in the next year, I think we really do need to research and try to figure out, and hopefully with Stephanie's help, is, okay, why are we on the upper end as far as total taxes are concerned? Do we want a full-time fire department? Do we want to continue with our world's only corn palace? Or whatever else that we've got out there that is unique to Mitchell and our services that we have, and then we can start making some decisions of, do we want to continue or not? And let people kind of interject. But I think right now we're faced with a huge dilemma with our infrastructure, with water and sewer, and I think we need to address it. It's not going to be fun, but I just think we do, but not just washing over what Steve's concerns are, because I think it's very valid, is we have to at least report to our citizens of why we are on the upper end. Right now, we can't do it, but there's an explanation for it, and then we can have that argument of, do we want to continue with these services, or is there something else we want to look at?
And I'm going to echo a lot of that too, Jeff, is I've visited with some people, obviously, in the community about the concerns of raising it, and nobody likes any kind of increase. But it still comes down to, when I visit with them, is they don't want problems with their sewer, they don't want problems with water, they want good roads, they want good infrastructure, is really what it comes down to. And when you start laying it out for them, they're like, well, that's what I want. That's why I live here in Mitchell, and we have that, but they want to keep on making sure that keeps happening. So when we get done with the end of the discussion, majority of them, and once again, not all of them, but majority of them are on board with some type of increase, because we have to keep on moving forward and be proactive. And we all know we haven't been. We're way behind on a lot of issues that we have up there, and we should have been taking care of this years ago, and now it's right here in our face, and we got to make a big jump to make it all happen. But going back to what Steve brought up, they've also said that's another concern. But until we get this model that we've talked about last time, that is getting put together through levels of the state and with Stephanie and stuff like that, I think we have to address something then too. But for right now, we have something right in our face that we got to act on right now, and we can't wait another year. Otherwise, like you were saying before, Susan, we're out there digging around at 8 o'clock at night, paying way more money to fix that pipe than we could have done it if we would have been doing it proactively and fixing it during the day. So, like I said, not everybody likes raises, but the majority of people I've been chatting with, they understand and they respect what we have to do, and to make sure that their infrastructure stays ahead of the ballgame. And like I said, they're on board for it. So I'm going to support an increase. In my mind, I'm going to support an increase that's a little bit higher than the lower one, because we need to get work done. And I've always sat up here in the council for the last 9 years. I'm a big fan and I'm a big pro person of infrastructure and public safety, and I'm going to stand behind keeping on moving forward for it. So.
And I think it's noteworthy that we don't raise rates willy-nilly. I mean, they haven't been raised since, correct me, is it 2004, 2008?
Was the last time we did water, and then 2 years ago was wastewater, and they were a 20-cent increase. I think we're far behind.
Yeah.
And Terry, didn't you say prior to that, it had been several years before?
Yeah, that's
How much debt retirement are we able to do to coincide with some of this? Will we offset some of that cost? Retire debt on one side and help pay off some of this other stuff. Do we have any idea?
I don't know what those numbers would be right now. I know we have a BY water bond that I think is close to paying off, but we have a bunch of lift stations that we need to pay off on the wastewater side, but we could come up with those numbers.
I think it's 2019, I think the BY is coming out, either 18 or 19.
Some ideas, I just ran through a couple quick numbers. For a 20-year plan, sewer rate $1.50, water rate 50 cents, which would raise the normal bill $9.50
Per month.
per month. 26-year plan would be $1.05 sewer, 30 cents for water, which would raise the utility bill $6.30. A 40-year plan would be sewer rates 60 cents, water rates 15 cents, raise the average utility bill $3.45. My recommendation would be to go between the 630 and the 950.
Well, we have a divided council, and I think in fairness to the people who are advocating a different view, I appreciate the work you've done, but but we're not looking at a 23 or 40 or 75-year program. We're looking at a year program. And I think instead of jacking the rates, right, that what we should do is and again, I'm just talking, but if we jack the rates, it takes some of the urgency away from the discussion. I think, in fairness to the people who have expressed a different view, that we should have the minimum rate to get us through this year, and then we have the discussion about the tax rates and whether we're going to take more property tax and less user fee, whether we're going to jack the user fee, or whether we're going to make cuts other places. But if you already have, quote unquote, all the money you need, there's no reason to have that discussion. So I don't know what direction you want to go. We've got another committee we've got to get started here.
So you're recommending that we do one of like I know it's not a year, but like the 71 year.
A lower fee, and then we have the discussion that people around the table have been having. Do we shift our focus away from a user fee to, like Steve was suggesting, other towns did, a flat fee? Or, like Dave was suggesting, it becomes basically a public service like the roads, and we get the money from property tax or bake sales, or however we would get the money. And I understand the long view, and I think we need to take the long view, but I think we need to take the long view after we've had the philosophical discussion, and then, then move forward.
Terry, did you say that you had the 800,000 for the force main in hand? Don't have that. For 2015, how is that going to get done then?
Borrow from the general fund, wasn't that?
General fund going to have that?
So how much would we need to be able to do that project next year?
850,000 to do the whole.
No, I'm talking fee increase.
Mel, I'd also like to point out the reason why you're having the discussion on the different rate levels is because originally, I believe Public Works brought in the lowest rate, and the council directed Public Works to come back with some options so that you didn't have to continue to ask the people for additional increases. So just to clarify why you're looking at the various levels.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate that. But I also appreciate the different philosophies, and I know from my experience in Pierre, once you raise the money, the philosophical discussion takes a walk down the street. So if people want to raise the money, that's fine. But then I think some of the urgency goes out of what these fellows are talking about.
So to do that project, we'd be looking at the $1.05 for sewer, 30 cents for water, which would raise the utility bill by $6.30.
That's the 30-year plan.
Yeah.
Which is kind of in the middle of everything.
Well, can we at least put that on the agenda, and we can continue this discussion? If people want to vote against it, they're sure free to vote against it. But
Put that on the council agenda in 2
Right.
weeks is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think we allow the people to come in and visit if they so choose.
Right, because that's given somewhat direction of the thought of what we're doing. And then now people have the right to state their case and come down here and talk about it. Because right now, we don't have any direction for the community even to think about. But if we do something like that, now it's out there. This is what we're considering. And, and then we go from there and have them come on in a couple of weeks, or start calling your council members the next 2 weeks. And by then, maybe it might change one totally direction. But right now, I'm hearing we need to do something about it. And I think we need to get something on the agenda here in 2 weeks. So
we're going to put just the one option on the agenda for us to discuss, right?
I think so, and then I think Stephanie's obviously been asking for topics to put on our strategic planning sessions, and I know which one Steve's going to have, number one, when he emails back. So I think that
I already
probably.
emailed her.
Oh, you already did. Okay, number one.
The whole budgeting process.
Okay, all right.
It's included in it.
That's my number 2.
Well, the reason I asked for that project is because when you go to the public and you say we're going to raise the fee, and this is why we're raising it, has more residents to my 76-year-old mother-in-law than a project 23 years down the road.
Right, and then at that point, it makes sense for Stephanie to kind of walk us through and then also understand what the 300,000 truly is paying for, or was it just a number and then we try to justify it? I don't think that was the case, but why is it an even 300,000 if that is? It should have been some number if we were trying to back into it somehow, so.
And I think Marilyn also told me part of that is paying back to the general fund for something they had borrowed previously too. They're already reimbursing the general fund for some money
Okay.
that they borrowed.
Yeah, probably more information on that would be
Yeah.
helpful.
So Terry, give me those numbers again. 30 cents on what?
$1.05 for sewer and 30 cents for water, which would raise the average utility bill $6.30, residential utility bill. A month.
I'm looking for a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second.
And moved by Marty, seconded by Danny. Any further discussion?
So the motion is to
Is to
bring
put,
this to
put this
recommend
rate on the agenda
for 2
for the
weeks.
next meeting. Any further discussion? We're not voting to raise rates for people who might be listening. We're voting to put this raise on the agenda and give the public an opportunity to come in 2 weeks. When is our, is that Christmas or what is that? 15th,
Now,
okay.
one quick question. I'll put it on 2 different resolutions. That way it doesn't kill the whole thing in case one doesn't want to go or not. And then when do we want to have the active date of when this starts? January 1, February 1?
No, we only need to vote on it one time with the
If we're
resolution.
voting on it, might as well be
So we could
January
just do it
1st.
January 1. Okay. That'll
Okay,
work.
we will just assume that that is part of the motion if there's no objection. All right, so all in favor of putting the, go ahead.
Could this be, we're just putting it on to vote,
Or just,
but with the active date is what I'm worried about is, do we have to give time for it to be referred if they want to refer it?
well, you would have 20 days
20
from the
days, but if
15th.
we do it on the 15th, that's 35, so that's going to be January 1st.
February 1st.
Why don't you clarify that with Carl?
Yeah.
Whatever the earliest date is.
That is a good point, and we will let you consult with Carl and come up with a logical starting date. All right, so we have the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion has passed.
I knew you did.
Any other business? If not, I need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Charts, seconded by Dave. All those in favor say aye,
Aye.
and we are adjourned.
What?
Randy? Okay.
Dave did. Yeah, let Dave.
Okay. All right, we're on to public properties. This is me again, I guess. On the agenda, we have the Corn Palace renovation. Are there any additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'm sorry, we'll move on to the Corn Palace renovation. Go ahead.
All right, with that, we got 2 different ways we could do this. We could go in and take a quick tour of the Corn Palace, or we could look at some issues that we're working with right now and some stuff that you have on your desk. And then if we have time, we'll work in however much time we got to deal with the inside.
I think we should deal with what we've got here while people can look at us and hear us, and then
What I'll have is Dave and Eric sitting way in the back. Coming up front. And if you want to look on this page right there. Actually, I could show that up on the screen. And Eric, I'll have you. Actually, I'll start with a little intro on this sheet. The last time Eric was here, he took me up on the second level and with Dave and stuff like that, and we were looking at The view, as you're coming up the south stairway, the view showing that existing brick in the stairway and the existing conduit would all be visible. And this is actually something that Marty brought up at one time, was he felt that this should all be cleaned up, and it almost looks like an unfinished product the way it kind of looked. So we asked Eric and Dave to get us some numbers and kind of show a plan. So this is what Eric's going to talk about next.
Fellas, if I could have you introduce yourself when you talk, just for the people watching.
Yeah, for the record, my name is Eric Amel. I am an architect with MSR, an architecture firm in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We've been engaged to do the Corn Palace update renovation here for the past couple of years. And then joining me in a second will be Mr. Dave Epp of Muller Construction. So Doug Daly and Marty Barrington and I had an opportunity to walk up into the Palace construction site. This is going on maybe a month and a half ago. And these gentlemen pointed out kind of an obvious thing, and that was, as we were going up the south stairway, as you can see, I guess right there,
here.
Thanks, Terry. They were, because the demolition is all complete and so forth, they noted how it connected so nicely with that big space there with the potential of the windows and so forth. And so there was a desire expressed by Marty to, could this be a part of that room? And and I have to admit the same thing occurred to me walking up that stair at one point. What we did in the design phase is we really tried to bracket our expenditures, right? So we tried to create a really good room centered around the 3 west windows, right? And try and make that top shelf in appearance and presentation. And then the 2 wings to the north and the south were just going to be a little bit better than they have been traditionally. We're going to spray paint out the ceilings kind of nice and neutral gray. We're going to have the event of the Oscar Howe wall extend from end to end on the back of the arena, and that would really be the continuation of the center space to the sides, and would focus on that artwork and draw and attract people up to that level. But with that in mind, I guess what we've done here is worked to assemble a cost to pull that stair in. So I guess if we march forward, Terry, let's do that. Well, you had so that's the image of them pulled together. Why don't you go back one? Well, that'll be fine.
This way?
Yeah, just so that, yeah, that one. That's the current as drawn scheme right there. So the center room doesn't include the stair. The stair is off to the south of that. The next one includes the stair in the center space proper, and extends the barrel vault. You can see that in the next slide. Well, that's the as is, and that extends the barrel vault then over the stair and continues those little glowing, floating light fixtures called the bocces and the.
So the barrel vault as current design, doesn't extend over the stair?
That's correct. It stops short of it. If you go back one slide, Terry, the stair is behind that wall and left to be a little more raw.
And I probably should know, but what was there an original, other than cost, was there original theme or vision to that? To maybe stop noise or traffic or something, or was it just cost?
It could have been lack of foresight, but it just,
I was trying to give you a chance to say it was an architectural vision.
Mr. Rice, I see you're taking a liking to that. But, well, I'll put it in high design terms. It's an Italianate Renaissance building. It has 3 parts, 2 side bays in the center. Okay, so what we did is we pulled the center bay into a kind of a composition of being a beautiful room in the center. And the 2 side bays with the AHUs, the air handling units hanging out in there, were left to be more as is, as a way to control costs, to not take on the whole palace, but to, as the committee charged, to give us the most bang for the buck. So we focused on the center. When we opened the darn thing up and got a sense of the volume, that's when the space began to speak to people that, hey, it would be nice to pull this into the composition.
It's a nice space.
Yeah, and like you said before, Eric and Doug Daly and myself, we were doing a tour one time after one of our meetings, and when we were going up that stairway to that open corridor up there, and I said, oh, this will be beautiful. And he said, well, there's going to be a wall here, and then this is going to be all raw, and you're going to see the heat ducts. And I'm like, okay, so where the tourists are going to go upstairs, or anybody that goes upstairs, you are literally going to walk into the back side of what we currently walk up right now into, which is all raw and the old pipe railings and this, like I said, the heat ducts, even though I know they're going to paint a little bit, but I'm like going, so we got this big, beautiful, tubular kind of effect, and you're not going to get into it until you come out of the steps and take a left and go through an opening, and then you're going to be there. It just absolutely
So
really disappointed in the whole point of, well, this wall needs to be on the other side of the steps. So when you start coming to the steps, you see this big, beautiful thing that we're trying to build. And that's where I talked to Eric and said, let's take a look at moving that wall out. And I know there's going to be a cost, but come back to council with it, because once again, it's here, we're sticking money into something, and you're ruining the vision of what we're trying to get. And it was exactly, it's an oversight, not just by MSR, it's by the whole committee. We're looking at things, so much of them, and thinking, oh, this is beautiful. We took care of the middle portion. We forgot the end. The end, the grand entrance end is what I think about. That's where you go up into it. We forgot about the main entrance. And we all talk about, you want your first appearance to be the best. Our first appearance is a heat duct. So
You're exactly.
In my mind, it's really not even a discussion. It's the fact that it needs to get moved over.
So what's the bad news?
Yeah.
Dave, you want to introduce that? It's in round numbers.
To do that entire thing, what I want to do point out is if you can go up to the finished one, right there. Just so you're aware, Eric and I were talking about that when we were just up there. If you see that glass railway on the south end there, that will not be there the way I have it figured now. And he can explain that.
What will be there?
The concrete wall that's
There's
there
an
now.
existing concrete wall that doesn't make sense to demolish. It will. We can use that wall as the guardrail. But we need to add about 6 inches to the top. It's a little shy of guardrail height.
Not quite low enough yet.
Yeah, I don't know if people at home heard the discussion, but the discussion was how high is that concrete wall, and the construction fellows are saying we'll have to add 6 inches so that people don't topple over.
That's right.
So, Dave, we're sitting down.
That's good. The figure I came up with this afternoon is about $39,908.
And I hate to say that's all, but that's all? To finish that off?
I think I've got everything covered.
Yeah, so Dave's number grabs the vaulted ceiling structure and finish. All that lighting gets upgraded.
Does the lighting extend down?
It does, yeah.
Is there like LED in the back wall too or something?
There's
Will we do some accent
yeah,
lighting in
you
the
see
back wall?
where it glows a little bit on the arch. That's a cove of LED at the end, and well, Marty. That's just moving it further
Right.
down the way.
Extend it down
Lights
nicely.
hanging down and.
What are the silks? When you say 8 extra silks?
You see those spirals, just like corn silks, just hanging down, and they're little metallic.
The ones that
spirals.
don't have the lights on them.
That's right.
I see, okay, that was, okay, got it.
Dave, where are we at with well, that, you're right, and also with the demolition, because I felt that, sorry, JP. I was asking Dave where we're at with the contingency fund, and also with the demolition, I really felt that that's where most of our contingency was going to be used up because of all the surprises. So are we pretty much through the demo now? And then we can kind of look at kind of where we're at with the contingency fund.
Basically, the demo that we have left is just on the outside, on the south. We have one more eyebrow, we call it, the tear off on the outside.
But that's your cost, right?
That's all taken care of. So as far as surprises, like you and I talked the other day, I don't foresee any other than our big question at this point is what do we have under that floor when we take the tile off? That I think we're covered all the hurdles so far. I think that's our big question mark right there. We may not have a problem, but we could have 2 or 3 different substrates. We do not know.
And do we already have some that you know that are coming beyond what's on for the approval today?
More.
We don't have any numbers put to those proposals yet, for the ones that aren't even on this list. Because we're still waiting on some of the prices from some of the subs. One of the probably bigger ones is to upgrade the heating and ventilation in the back locker rooms. That's probably the biggest one, and I thought a rough number was roughly.
I'm going to guess 15,000 for those additional controls back there.
The rest of them are all pretty minor of what we're seeing right now.
Oh, one thing that we're still going to need to price out is some of that additional finish work in the being that the elevator, the temporary elevator lobby is going to be there indefinitely until City Hall relocates. We've decided to look at adding that to the price as well. But that's, that's 1,000 here or there that would be aggregated for some additional interior finishes. So I would summarize by saying we're in very good shape contingency-wise. And I think that was one of the reasons why we were, in effect, maybe looking at going back towards exterior tile or maybe reallocating those monies elsewise. But I would say, given that we're past the halfway point of the project and we've taken basically about 1/6 of the contingency, that's excellent.
I got one additional question, and I don't want to open a Pandora's box, but this is extending the curved ceiling to the south side. Is there something we should be looking at on the north side?
You're feeling my pain, because as soon as Marty said, well, we should open this up, my thought went to, well, we should be opening up the other side up as well.
The stair arrangement's a little different on that side, but
It is, in fact, and my view is that there's so much traffic involved with doing that steel stair to the third level that it would be quite a mess to pull into the composition there. If challenged to, we could look at it, but there seemed to be some, I think talking with Terry and Shane, there was some, and Marty, there was some idea that one route up to this space being at a higher level of finish was twice as good as nothing.
Right. And I think one thing we were looking at too is directing traffic. I think we all know you can direct traffic a certain way, and if you have it set up for the tourism that, you have something that's saying, hey, go to this stairwell. It's something focusing more that way than the other direction to get them to the area that is the wow factor.
because we do have bathrooms at both ends, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's only about one way to get up to where the lighting people are
Third
and so
level.
on. And so that stairway there would
Yeah.
really inhibit. It would
Anything
really,
you try to go over the top with.
Eric would have to get real creative.
And trust me, it's not that I didn't look at that or think of that, but I also said, what's the bang for our buck to get us to that next level and keep us in that wow factor and to the point where now it's over the top. And that's why I said, let's focus on just the south stairwell, getting that opened up and leave the north one away. That was my thought process with Eric, once again, I'm only one person, but that was what I was thinking with looking at that north stairwell going, wow, that's a whole different animal than the south one is. So,
Just,
Go ahead, Susan.
just out of curiosity, is this a thing where whether you're going up or you're coming down, you're gonna use that same stairwell? It's a room that you would go in and you'd kind of circle back through, what's the traffic
Well,
flow?
like Marty was hinting at, it would be nice to have staff, favor that more ceremonial stair up to the second floor, particularly for a tourist visiting, one-time visit. We could focus on that side. There is no prescribed route. Either route would function to get up there or to get back down. So they're both in play. Both.
I think where the crossing pattern to go out the balcony is at, which is right next to that stairwell, will automatically sort of deter people to, you come back out, say you're up in the balcony, you're coming back inside. My stairwell's right here. Am I going to go down that one or am I going to go to that one that's behind the wall? More than likely, you're going to take your first right, go back down is kind of attitude. That's you're
Right,
thinking
from
when you're
the-
in that room.
From the tourist standpoint, that's true, but this, since it will now look nice and have light and everything else, exiting from the soft seats of the Corn Palace, a lot of people will use both those stairwells.
Correct.
From that standpoint, and that's probably as much use as any tourist is gonna go up and down.
Steve didn't want to open a Pandora's box, but let me lift the lid just a little bit. Is there some middle option between the vision for the north stairs now and pulling it into the design? I mean, is there some way to just spiff it up without, pulling it in? I mean, I don't know. I'm just curious.
It's a great challenge. One thing we try to do is make the little metal stair interesting and with basic, just simply built but interesting. If we could, I know one of the things that Shane responded to is that west wall on both those stairwells right now is pretty homely. It's just the raw brick and there's exposed conduits and so forth like that. So that was one of the first things that you noted when we looked at that together. And so that would still be the issue with the north stair. And so maybe maybe we do some sort of finished veneer wall on that at that stair as well. That could be one technique.
I guess and I don't have any expertise or any knowledge. Maybe what I'm saying is stupid, but there was talk about tile on the outside. I was just wondering if tile in the stairwell was a possibility to kind of dress it up a little bit. I don't know.
I see.
Speaking about tile on the outside, Eric, how durable is that? Is there any buildings in South Dakota that have ceramic tile?
Well, I really do share your concern because we sure don't want it to fail quickly. So what we've done is we're using standards that are created by, there's a National Tile Council that has technical standards for how to install tile on an exterior wall that in cold climate, and the drawings and specifications follow that advice. We're creating a edge at the top that deflects water off the tile. There's a weep at the bottom that would let any moisture out from behind the wall. And in fact, there's a kind of a cavity between the brick and the tile to allow any weeping and draining so that you don't get any of that popping off of tiles that you might have seen in past generations. And then it has a lot to do with the strength of the mortars with the tile.
So was there any buildings in the upper Midwest that have that? I haven't seen none in Sioux Falls.
I don't rightly know.
I'd like to
You'd like
get
to
some
know?
references and give them to Shane and to Terry before we go all hog wild into $300,000 exterior. Then we know that if we get 30 below, we get some ice storm and all of a sudden we got tile popping off. And I think it's a concern. And I've heard that a lot.
Well, I think we ought to provide you comparables then, so that there's some.
But I don't want to be a guinea pig of it either. I don't want to be the first one out there that, hey, it's not working for the Corn Palace.
Thank you, Dan.
Be great if Nome City Hall had some tile,
That's right, that's right.
and you knew. Yeah.
But do get him some information.
Okay, agreed.
Thank you.
Dave, can I ask you the question that you should never ask a construction guy? Are we on time? Are we on target? Are we looking like we're going to be done?
I reworked the schedule here. I spent about 10 days redoing the schedule. At the beginning of it, every project, you got to give a projected schedule of how your progress is going. We had originally had a completion date of around April 3rd, if I recall correctly. I redid it as comprehensively as I could, and it looks like we may be stretching into around April 20th with a few aspects of it, to be very honest with you. And again, I've put all of this on paper. I've talked with all the subs again. Now it has to happen the way I've got it figured. Life steps in, so.
Yeah.
If we can get it done sooner, I'd sure like to. I'm not quite sure how I could get it done any sooner unless things really fall together good.
Well, I think for us, having it done before Memorial Day so we can get the tourist season off is, what we're looking at. I don't know, the difference between April 3rd and April 24th, doesn't make any difference, but the difference between April 24th and June 24th makes a big difference.
We actually talked with Jerry today, and there are some significant events in April. That's why we're.
Oh, really?
Yes, we've got the circus, we've got a dance, we've got a concert. So we are working hard at trying to get any area done that we can for sure, so that if we have some tail end stuff that we can work around what you've got coming here in April. So
We have the circus, 27th, 28th, and 29th. Federal dance is the 19th.
What dance?
Federal dance.
Oh, okay.
The food preparer, they got the big, I think, South Dakota food event on the floor. That's the 18th. Hairball's the 11th, and the 25th is prom. So we're really pushing for that second to third week in April.
Are the prom goers coming to help?
Yeah. Anything
Okay.
else you guys
Yep.
have for us?
So we want to talk a little bit about the sign, the Corn Palace sign. So on the second sheet, you also have this. And there's a couple different, first thing we want to talk about is the plan right now is to call it the Mitchell Corn Palace. There were also some discussions about just Corn Palace. But the plan right now is Mitchell Corn Palace. We wanted to discuss a little bit on logo.
So that one that Terry has up right now is what has been in the drawing set to basically put the most characters up on the sign and make darn sure what we want for a title for the building. But if you look back over all the decades of Corn Palace decoration, they by and large say Mitchell Corn Palace. And I think it's only this last sign that adds the world's only as sort of a little trademark stamp in effect. As you know, as we've had this conversation several times, and it seems, and getting feedback here and again, it seems that Mitchell Corn Palace is the most straightforward and traditional message. I apologize. So, looking for some amount of ratification on that, aren't we, Terry?
I think it'd be good to have some sort of agreement or idea from you guys of what you think we need to do, because we need to get moving on the sign thing.
So if you go to the next one, it's a slightly different font, which is it's a beautiful font with that sort of, it has an old-timey look and a little bit of a Western tilt to it, since we're at the gateway to the West, I'd say. And that one's a little bit more contemporary Western font, and I think I'm getting a little bit pushback on whether that was the right one. This one is very similar to the last one, a little bit fatter characters, which might give it more visual weight.
That's all I got.
Yeah, I think those are kind of I guess in terms of the characters that make up, or the font characters, I guess what I tilt towards is something that has a little bit of Western flair. It seems a little bit slightly old-fashioned. I really like that one. What do you guys think?
Just out of curiosity, are we still the world's own?
Well, you see, this is the point that I was going to get to, because I think the Mitchell Corn Palace is the way to go. I like this font myself, because then you don't get, MTV or CNN or somebody going, well, there's a village in Croatia that has a corn palace, and you're not the world's only.
My point of it is, if we're going to say the world's only, then to me it should just say Corn Palace. Because somebody could, if we say the world's only Mitchell Corn Palace, somebody could else have the world's only Corn Palace. It's not the Mitchell Corn Palace, it's somebody else's Corn Palace. So if you're going to call it Mitchell Corn Palace, just say Mitchell Corn Palace, and that's fine with me. But if you're going to call it the world's only, then to me it should be the world's only Corn Palace, not the world's only Mitchell Corn Palace.
I agree.
And I think marketing, and a lot of people have looked at it that very same way. And I would also contend that from a marketing and tourism vantage point, you can still advertise it as the world's only Corn Palace.
Yep.
It's just it's in blazoned title is simply Mitchell Corn Palace.
Yeah.
So, Eric, tell us a little bit about the color scheme that you're going to be utilizing this one here. Would it be Mitchell Corn Palace all one color, or it looks like it's a little darker on top and lighter on the bottom?
Yeah, it's also interesting that if you look back at when the Corn Palace sign was decorated, it often had a shadow cast in the decoration. Ironically, the shadow tends to be up and to the left oftentimes. But here, that is a drop shadow down and to the right. And I think we would have the characters, I think that's part of that font design, in fact. So that's not just a architectural symbol of the letters sticking off and casting a shadow. That's actually intended to look that way.
Jeff, are you asking about the top of the letter being dark and the bottom of the letter being light, not the shadow?
And then
Oh,
you've
I
got
apologize.
like a little,
Yeah. That, that's negotiable, of course, but this font, when taken off the shelf, that's how they ornament it.
it's black and white.
Oh,
Do
no.
you see what we're saying?
Oh, here, for the Corn Palace, I would do it as like this. It would, well, shoot, I had been contending that it should be sort of metallic letters, like belt buckles. But I think, but there are metallic paints. We'd probably work with this metallic golds, and if there was darker areas, that would probably be that very dark maroon color.
And is it backlit, or how is it lit around it?
Pete Bruce suggests that they should be backlit so that that the letters do float in front of the background sign or the background, and that there's lighting behind that casts a little bit of light out from each character, and that helps distinguish the characters at night.
And then what color will it look like when the sun's setting on it, on the west?
Golden.
Golden?
Golden.
One of the concerns that,
Him and I knew the answer to that one.
one of the concerns that we have from the old sign, and I respect what Pete Bruce is saying, the old one or not the old one, the current one that's up there, when we first put it up there and it had the lights behind the Corn Palace name and the lights behind the corn cobs that were up there, at night, it looked absolutely horrible. I mean, you couldn't even see it, that it said Corn Palace anymore. We ended up putting lights on the top of the vestibule, or whatever you want to call it, they're shining up there, which are currently out there, to try to illuminate it at night, because the lighting that had behind the letters made it actually worse. I guess just with foresight that we've been through this once.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we don't go through it again, and we have to have little spotlights coming off these turrets to light this thing up more and more. You know, we have to. That's my only concern, is that we went through this once and it wasn't good. Let's just make sure we have proper lightage, so at night that illuminates really nice up there for what we're trying to.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do a finalization check on this, but what I do know is in the documents right now, there's a little spotlight located over each of the columns that shines up. And I was thinking that if with Pete Bruce's scheme with the backlight, we might actually be able to delete those, but maybe we keep those. And there's also going to be a couple of light sources on top of the chamber on the other side of the street, beaming across and lighting the facade. So we got a couple sources that we'd be trying to use. Now, maybe I can get my crew to actually do some light analysis and try and indicate what that really would model out to look like. I mean, this is kind of an approximation done in the computer, but we could finalize that and study it one more time.
Are the domes on schedule too? Rick?
Domes, we talked to the manufacturer, and they're planning on delivering the domes after the first of the year. So I would say above schedule or in front of schedule. The other thing, I was talking to Dave a little bit real quick, and one of the change orders we will have will be on the backlighting of those letters on the sign. Basically, it's just going to have lights. Original plan was to have lights kind of shine on the letters, but through talking with Pete Bruce, he thinks backlighting will work better, so that will be a change order. The other thing I was talking to Jerry is with some of our branding of the Corn Palace and some of the signs you see around town says the world's only Corn Palace. And they're in beta testing of their new website, which is talking about the world's only Corn Palace. If we go with Mitchell Corn Palace, then just keep in mind that some of those signs around town and some of the visitors kind of stuff will need to change to fit this model.
I don't think they have to change.
Okay.
You still call it the world's only Corn Palace, and when it comes, the sign looks like it went up in 1900.
You know, I would say that, you know, it does make sense to be deliberate about the decisions about how you brand the facility. And you do have you want to be consistent on your message. Did you want to speak?
Right. The only thing, the sign that we looked at said the world's only Mitchell Corn Palace, and that didn't quite sit right, we didn't think. But I'm a creature of habit, and to me, it is the world's only Corn Palace. It always is the world's only Corn Palace. I like Mitchell Corn Palace, and I agree with Mel. I guess he worked here. He knows what it's all about. If we don't have to change all of our marketing, I mean, I think Katie from CVB was here, and that's what we were just discussing. We refer to it as the world's only Corn Palace. But
So you're not advocating that we have the sign say the world's only Corn Palace. You're advocating the Mitchell Corn Palace.
I just wasn't in agreement with the world's only Mitchell Corn Palace. To me, I just did not like that it didn't set well. And like I said, ours is, we always refer to it, world's only Corn Palace. Now I know at any given point someone can prove us wrong and that can change in a heartbeat, but to me that's one of the catches of coming to see us, if we're world's only versus Mitchell's. So.
Well, and again, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but the world's only is the marketing to get people here. Nobody's going to come here and go, oh, look at the sign. Yeah, no, so I think that the marketing, the world's only, can go on, and the sign is fine. Yeah. I like the original one that they showed us, but we're looking for direction. I guess I'm hearing from the discussion that we're not keen on the world's only, we're keen on Mitchell Corn Palace. Do we want this, or do we want the plain Jane's?
Right there.
I like that one.
Okay, so for the record, that's called Rosewood. Okay.
Rosewood.
I'll be uttering that on my deathbed.
No, that's Rosebud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
The only other thing else we had was we were gonna do a walkthrough. Being we only got basically
don't have
5 minutes, we will schedule that for a later time.
Okay, what I want from the committee, though, is I would like a motion, if we're in agreement, to recommend to the city council that we spend $40,000, I rounded, to finish off the south stairwell.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Charles, seconded by Tronis. Any discussion? I think we can probably find that in contingency, but all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Anything else for the good of the cause? If not, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
By Allen, seconded by Rice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Okay, let's roll right into the finance committee. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Anybody want a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
One item on the agenda, we got the write-off of delinquency utility accounts for 2013. We go through this once a year, and I'm assuming Cindy's going to kind of walk us through this.
Yes.
Okay.
In 2013, total utility billings, approximately 5,600 accounts was $4,974,710.82. We're requesting to write off the utilities in the amount of $17,128.45. And the write-off request represents less than 1%.
Is this before any collection activity or after? It's after.
I appreciate the historical perspective that you give us and the fact that we're down below the last 2 years.
Yeah, you can see the recession timing in the
Yeah.
2007, 8,
Oh,
9.
sure, that makes sense. You know,
People were leaving town, or unemployed.
Yes, and just the other thing, just doing a little data analysis, 115 total in the write-off at $17,000, about $148 each average, which would be about 3 months water, 2 or 3 months worth of, for each account roughly.
Yep.
So, I had 71 of them more than $100 and 30, 45 less, or less than 100, so.
Cindy, just a question, you had a start and final on, start meeting when they first signed up for water or utility?
Got your name on there, Marty?
Oh, yeah.
What, how the final,
Looking pretty hard.
how the final goes is,
Uh,
the final bills are due usually the first business day of the next month. If they, bill the final on the second, then it's usually due the first, business day of the following month. If it's not paid at that time, then we check it 15 days after the due date.
Well, I was like, you had like a start date of 1988 and the
Oh.
final 2013.
Oh, I'm sorry, I must be misunderstood.
On one of them it says 1988.
Do you know what page?
Yeah, that's your last page. Fourth from the bottom.
What are you looking at?
Start date says 1988.
Oh, wow.
These must be a lot of rentals, aren't they? Or not? Cindy, do you know?
I'm
They
not
come
for
and go.
sure. Mm,
Dodge Mill?
On West Third. I think that's when, probably when he started the water service, that's a residential.
Okay, questions or comments? There is some familiar names in here, and obviously we can't say them, so I would have cautioned anybody if we're gonna be handing this in after we are done, but, we go through the same routine every year. We try the collection, and then we hand them over, and then, hopefully at some point we'll get a portion of it, but most of these individuals more than likely have left Mitchell and no forwarding contact information.
And some of them still live here.
That if some people knew their name were on the list, I think they'd be down here tomorrow. Somehow it's just eluding them, but. So, yeah, I think this is, yeah,
You're not looking for a motion of any kind? Do they,
I
do we
don't-
need to give permission to?
do we need to recommend to the council?
Yes, we do need a motion.
Okay, all right, so we will need to entertain a motion.
I would move that we write off the delinquent utility accounts for 2013.
Second.
Motion a second, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
I have one
Oh,
more
just,
thing.
oops, okay.
On your desk, there are the municipal league, that is the government day or legislative day in here. It's February 4th and 5th, and if anybody would like to go, they could let me know, and we can make the reservations.
Okay, so if, look at your calendars, and if you can attend, Cindy, do you want to get a hold of you?
Yes.
Okay.
We always collect these.
Okay, anything else, Cindy?
No.
Okay, we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
A motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Yeah, thanks. He was in the hospital about 3 weeks ago. And she looked in and looked like a fucking nursing all and congested heart failure. So it wasn't unanticipated. But you know, you almost expect some sort of no matter whatever. And so Saturday night, Eddie helped me with that. We looked on she stayed up and watched that movie. And she had that like a daily rate. We're meeting with the father earlier tonight.
Ooh, dear.
Do you want me to bring this up in public input, or? Well, that's what I was wondering. Do you want to look at a date at this point, or do you want to wait another couple of weeks? Okay.
What do you think? You miss her already? Did she go down to Indiana, did she? Did she get back yet, or?
Okay.
She's probably watching. It's gonna be a short meeting tonight, isn't it? That's my number one goal when I give that. Shorten the meeting. I'm gonna, that's my number. Well, that we need to know, right? At least a heads up from you or our department of what's going on. We used to get that. We used to get that from the department. If the new changed, we had to all go through him. We never seen anything. I know that sometimes, but there was a stretch in there. We stayed till 10 or 10:30. I think that when you get past 9:30, if you're here for 4 hours, you make right. And you know what? I think you make bad choices. I think, yeah, they want to get going. Yeah, they really do. I don't know what the. Yeah, I don't know. But I do want to learn about that time. I don't want to be the first one out there. Wouldn't it be something that started from the top? Huh? But I talk to him, get some. That's right, because we're not committed yet. It's got to be done. I know I've had more people ask me. Yeah, but I know that there's new products out there, but can you do the whole thing? You know what I mean? We're at the Midwest. I wouldn't put it in my house. But
Sorry. Sorry, Mayor. It was all Jeff's fault. One last. Can you?
Olson,
Here.
Rice,
Here.
Tronis.
Aye.
Dosher,
Here.
Barrington,
Here.
Allen,
Here.
Charles,
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Having a quorum present, we will convene the meeting. Approve the consent agenda items. Items appearing on the consent agenda may be removed by a city council member for discussion at the beginning of the formal agenda item. Anything on the consent agenda that anyone wishes to remove? Not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there anyone in the audience or public that wishes to have anything from the consent agenda removed? If not, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Smith,
Aye.
Charles,
Aye.
Allen,
Aye.
Barrington,
Aye.
Dosher,
Aye.
Tronis,
Aye.
Rice,
Aye.
Olson.
Motion is approved. Citizens input, if you need to address the mayor, members of the city council on an item that was not on the agenda, please come forward to the podium, state your name and your concern. Presentations are limited to 3 minutes. Items will be considered, but no action will be taken at this time.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Jeff Logan representing Mitchell Main Street and beyond. As you know, our director resigned recently, and we went through a search, had a really encouraging number of very qualified applicants. But I have to tell you that we're thrilled that tonight I can introduce you to, we're very happy to have our new director, Carrie Kirkmeyer, who is now our executive director, Main Street and Beyond, and will be here with our board members and at times to answer questions for you and represent Main Street. So please welcome her.
Welcome. I'd add that the location of the Metro Main Street and Beyond Director has moved across the street and is located in the Chamber Building now.
Yes, and that is part of our co-officing, and just to clarify so there's no confusion, we have not merged with the chamber, we have not been taken over by the chamber, nor have we taken them over. Just as the Convention Visitors Bureau and Tourism and Industrial Development co-office, we are now co-officing with the chamber. So this is really a better use of all our resources and a little better stewards that we can share expense of the office, copiers, secretaries, and all that. So yes, thank you for bringing that up, Ken. That is an important thing, that we have moved the offices, but that's the structure of it. So thank you.
Anyone else have anything? Council? Anything?
I guess I would mention that, to thank the merchants from Mitchell for the community dinner that was held at the Wesleyan Church this last Thanksgiving Day. We fed about 700 people.
Wow.
And it was, the people of Mitchell donated just about everything for it. So, and we want to thank them, because it is a Mitchell effort.
I have two things. One, on a sad note, my father-in-law, Tony Sealer, passed away this weekend. And I mention that because he was a member of the city council at one time and was very interested, school board, president of the school board for a while, and he was very interested in improving Mitchell and worked all his life to do that. So I just wanted to acknowledge him and his life and his service. And then I hesitate to mention this in the same breath with Tony, but I've had some calls about the Mitchell Christmas tree. And one person called it a Charlie Brown tree. Another person asked me, does Mitchell hate Christmas? Another person said, why are we putting it where it is? Maybe next year we could put it at the Leaf, a drop-off place. It would be just as accessible and visible. So I'm wondering, is there a reason why we're not putting it on Main Street this year, or is that happening later, or what? Because people are a little perturbed about where it is.
You may recall that the last couple of years, we had it across the street. We removed it from the corner of what was the 3rd and Main.
Right.
Because of issues with snow removal and other reasons, but we moved it across the street to the mall, directly across from the Corn Palace. Well, due to the construction and the barriers and all of that, we weren't able to put it there. We didn't think it would be visible or accessible. And so this site was picked as an alternative. Certainly, probably not the most pleasing location, but only a temporary one for this year. And I thought maybe you were going to mention that the lighting, we've had some issues with that, and I believe that we've taken care of that. The MTI students with SCADA had installed the system, and there was a few glitches in it, but they corrected that, so hopefully the timing and the timer on the lighting of it is been corrected and will work now. Maybe in conjunction somewhat with that, just want to mention and thank Jerry Mickelson and Janelle Kesey, who spearheaded our Christmas at the Corn Palace last week. Had a very successful lighting of the Christmas tree and chili and goodies for everyone, entertainment. I believe that there were over 800 people that attended the Christmas at the Palace, so another successful event. And just one other note, we have sent out a poll to the members of the council to solicit when they would be available for our next work session in January. And we appreciate your response, and we'll put together some scheduling for that event and maybe announce that at the next council meeting. Anything else? Now, we will move on. Committee reports. First, sidewalk.
Sidewalk committee met tonight at 5:45. The sidewalk committee approved a 5-year sidewalk plan. What we will do is we will send out notices to all the property owners within that 5-year plan. The first year for 2015, we will do registered property owner notices, just like what we would follow the process for a special assessment. But then years 2016 to 2019, we will develop a generic letter along with the map showing the year that they are planned for it. And in that letter, we will state that if you are a renter, please distribute this to your property owner. That was what Sidewalk Committee had. I think this will be a great way to give the people a heads up on a 5-year plan, and it will also help with budgeting purposes to go from 1 year to the next.
Next, Public Works. Public Works met tonight at 6 o'clock, and we talked about utility rate increases, and there are basically 3 philosophies that emerged. One was to basically take the money that we have now and reprioritize and not have any increase at all. Another was to have a large increase one time and then leave it alone for a significant period of time. And then the recommendation that emerged to the City Council for our next meeting, and the public is certainly welcome to come to that meeting, December 15th. And the recommendation is to raise the sewer rate by $1.05 per unit and water by 30 cents per unit. And that is in response to an $850,000 rather urgent need that is right on the horizon. And then it would be our intention at one of these planning meetings that the mayor just talked about to establish priorities and a way that we would fund this and argue out those philosophies for the future. And we adjourned at 6:37. Next, Public Properties. Public Properties began at 6:37, and we talked about the Corn Palace renovation. We got an update on construction and the schedule and different things. But the main item was the south stairwell is going to look rather poorly compared to the rest of the renovation project. And so it was decided to recommend to the City Council to spend roughly an additional $40,000 to finish off the south stairwell and to tie it into the design, and that also will be on the agenda on December 15th. We talked about contingency. So far, we've used only 1/6 of the contingency. We're roughly halfway through the project. And so it is hoped that that money will simply come out of contingency, and we adjourned at 7:15.
Back on that last item, if there was a way we could proceed with a go-ahead on that item tonight, that way it wouldn't hold up the project another 2 weeks. It'll probably, yeah. Because of the radius track, it'll end up 5 weeks. Right now, the way all that slope sealing is made, it is all pre-engineered, and then it goes to a factory, and then they make all the curves. And we held off on making that second level until we get an answer of whether or not you guys want to proceed with that. If we wait on that, they will wait on building any of the track for the upstairs, and they'll just work on the stuff that we know as is. And it could probably set us back maybe a month, 5 weeks.
From the completion date.
From even probably our 3rd week, it would get us into probably the second to middle part. It would get us to the end of May, actually, if we hold it back that far.
Well, we're approving the committee report tonight, and the committee itself approved on an 8-0 vote. Is that enough to move forward, do you think, Ken? It wasn't a line item on the agenda, is the issue.
What do you think, Carl?
The committee,
Go ahead.
the committee voted unanimously to recommend finishing the south stairwell of the Corn Palace, which was not on the original plan. And that would cost $39,000 and change, roughly $40,000. We can do that tonight?
Tonight, that's correct.
So,
If you had an ad hoc committee come in and do it, you'd have to wait 1 meeting.
And I think it's worth pointing out too is, the funding will come out of contingency that was already approved.
Yes.
If there's a legal way to do it, if there's a legal way to do that, I'll make the motion that we approve the south stairwell at $40,000 out of the contingency.
Second.
You second?
Yes.
And we'll vote on that separately, and then we will approve the committee report subsequent to that. So all of those in favor of approving the $40,000 for the stairwell indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
And does that conclude your?
Yes.
Okay. The Finance Committee is next.
Finance Committee met this evening at 7:15. We went over the utility account write-offs for 2013. The amount that was suggested to be written off is $17,128, compared to last year was $19,358 and $18,824 back in 2011. So it is trending down, and hopefully that's a sign that maybe the economy is slowly improving in the Mitchell area. And the committee then adjourned at 7:20.
I would entertain a motion to approve the committee reports.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second to approve the committee reports. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Entertain a motion for the city council to adjourn and sit as the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Second. Motion second to sit as a Board of Adjustment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Entertain a motion to set the date of December 15th, 2014 for Board of Adjustment hearings as listed.
Move to set the date.
Second.
Motion second, set the date of December 15th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Entertain a motion for the Board of Adjustment to adjourn and the City Council to reconvene in regular session.
So moved. Second.
Motion second to reconvene in regular session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Set the date of January 5th, 2015 to receive and consider bids for one-year supply of Class 3 concrete pipe improvements, Project 2015-8 at 1:30 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall.
Move to set the date.
Second.
Motion and second to set the date of January 5th, 2015. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, discussion for the proposed indoor swimming pool. At this point, I do not have any significant new information to present to you regarding the City Hall. I think that you have been provided with much of the information. I think that for the most part, we've narrowed it down to two locations, either the North Main adjacent to the current rec center, or adjacent to the new wellness center being constructed at Dakota Westland. Stephanie, do you want to give them a little bit of information regarding the proposal that we received from SEH and whether or not there's any interest in moving forward with this type of a proposal to get more information regarding that?
We were contacted by SEH when they heard about the project going on in Mitchell. What their proposal to Dusty and I was whether the council would be interested in also receiving either a pro forma, which is a 5-year business plan for the operation of a future pool, as well as, or a site analysis where they would do the cost benefit analysis on 2 different site locations. We didn't request this initially from them. They obviously are interested also in seeking out as architectural engineering services if the project moves forward. So I did say if they wanted to go ahead and give us a fee proposal for that, you'd have it for your information. It's up to you to determine whether that's something you want to do or not. The fee for the performa would be $10,800, and the site selection study was $12,600. I just point out again that I don't remember the exact amount. I was just trying to look that up. What we had allocated in the
25,000
$25,000
was the initial amount.
Yep, and then we have spent $5,800 of that $25,000. So that's just to include in your discussions. Dusty did request, which I think was a very good idea, some references of where they've done the performers with other entities so we could see how they actually pan out for them. They said that when they go through the process, they'll get down to telling you how many events you need or how many things you have to schedule in each lane per hour and what you have to charge to make things pencil out with your operational costs long term. We have not received that reference list yet, but if this is something the council wants to pursue, we can certainly look at it. And it's working with, and I might have to ask Dusty the name of that company that worked with them. I think it was U.S. Swimming. Was that right? Is it the group that they were in? So.
What is SEH?
SEH is an architectural engineering firm.
Does it have a name or that's just the?
I don't know their full name.
There's three names, but I don't know what the names are out of.
Short,
they're located out of
Elliott,
Sioux Falls.
Short, Elliott, and Hendrickson. So like I said, they have two different studies they could do if you were interested, both a site selection study as well as a performa. And I don't know, maybe JLG or the other architects would also do that as well. They just proposed it.
I think a study like that sounds like it would be extremely beneficial for us to have in front of us.
Which one? The performa?
Well, in terms of what we need to decide at this point, the site study would be, but I also think that it would be really helpful for us to have that, the 5-year estimate of what they would anticipate the cost would be. I feel like both of them, if we still have, we're looking at $22,000, $23,000 for the two studies.
10-8 and.
And we've spent, did we spend 58?
23-4. Yep.
Spent 58, so we'd be over about 3,000-ish.
And as I said, basically this came up because they stopped and asked about the Aquatic Center project. We were explaining to them where the council was in your decision-making process, that you're currently looking at 2 different locations and what the benefits or pros and cons would be of each location. And that's where they suggested the site analysis. The other group that we worked with earlier had that same option as well for us to consider. As far as the business plan, they've done that for other entities. I think they stated more for outdoor facilities, but they have done some indoor facilities as well. And that's just a planning tool for the management team to use, so they know how much they have to schedule in the facility in order to make it pencil out long term. I would like to, if you were going to go that route, I'd want to make sure that we heard from some of those references that it really did come close to what they predicted, but I think that's a piece of useful information to have.
If we had them do both of them, would they knock a little off for a package deal?
No.
Okay.
But I would want to make.
Nice try.
But I would say that, this is just one vendor. We would want to get several different quotes if that's something you're interested in, so we're not just taking someone who sent it unsolicited.
What's the timeline if you were to do that? I mean, how long does it take them to put together a proposal, or?
I have no idea.
I guess for me, it sounds like a waste of money, and let me tell you why. What happens if, when they do the site study, they say neither of those locations, are good, or both are equally good? You really haven't advanced the cause. And then I guess the other one would be interesting to know, but is there anybody here who's really going to change their vote based on what they say? You know what I'm saying? I mean, the people who are gung-ho for the pool, I'm speaking of the council here now, if you hear an operational cost, I mean, is it really going to change your vote? So I guess if you feel like this information is going to change your vote or stop the project or relocate it, then maybe it's worth the money. But if we're just paying money to, and I'm not trying to be uncharitable, but to ignore the results and go ahead anyway, then why pay the money? So I guess that's just what I'd like people to consider.
The advantage of the one that gives us the cost estimates would just be that it would help us in budgeting. I think that would be a really valuable tool when it comes time, when we're sitting down to budget, how much money it's going to cost us to operate that pool.
Yeah, and I think, frankly, Dusty can do that by calling Vermillion and calling Watertown.
I think he's done that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, we know we're going to have, a couple of indoor swim events, and there might be, something else. But so, I'm not opposed to doing it, but if it comes back and it says Wesleyan is terrible and the rec center is worse, and you should put it in Letcher, are we really going to go along with that? That's the only thing I would say when it comes to spending the money. That if we're going to spend the money, then I think we should agree to be bound by the results, whatever those results are.
And I should state, I'm not suggesting that this is something you need to do. It's just an option if you'd like it in order to consider with your deliberations.
One question that I've been asking, and this is as good a time as any to ask it, at the current rec center location to the south of the Randall Gym, how much of that land going south to 12th Street?
12th Street.
Is city, and where does that turn into school, or does any of it turn into school? It's all school? Okay. So, yeah, at the end of the driveway is about where it ends? Okay. Okay. So everything where Litchfield used to be still is school, school property. So, yeah, okay, yeah. So to go there, we'd have to negotiate with the school.
I contacted Dr. Graves,
Okay.
so as not to be presumptuous that
Right.
that we were going to locate a swimming pool on school property without their approval. He said,
You've addressed my point.
and he said that he himself could not give that go-ahead, but he did not have any opposition to it, and he said if and when it came to make that decision, he would take it to the school board.
And I have had discussions with Dr. Graves over the last couple of years, and especially when I was helping out with the ice arena, and the discussion of the pool did come up, and he had indicated even at that point, a little over a year ago, that if we proceed with the rec center, because we were looking at an expansion at the rec center with potentially a pool, and he said that there would be no reason why the school wouldn't take a good look at that, donating that land over to the city to enhance that area.
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise. We've had on and off discussions over the years with Dr. Graves with this, so I'm glad you took the initiative, Ken, given the fact that we're maybe proceeding in that fashion. And, we've been studying this for, did you want to add something first, Dusty? We've been obviously been at this for several months now, and I think we methodically have walked through this. We've given enough time for people to decide. We talked about it as a council, what size of pool versus other projects, and we voted on, we're moving forward with a pool. I think now, honestly, it's to the point where we need to have some good, serious discussion about location. And that's where, I don't know where everybody else is at, but we're pretty much on record saying that this is, we're gonna build a pool, this is the size we're going to build, and now the final piece is the location. And I think that's probably where we need to start having our discussion now. And I think some people have already relayed their thoughts to us. Mel obviously has brought his opinions, and Randy, and so even Dave, and so forth. And so I think that's really where we need to start heading with this discussion. It's only for discussion tonight. There's no vote. which I think is appropriate, but I think it's time to start focusing in on the two locations. What are the pros? What's the cons? What do we look like in the future? And then we can start formulating maybe our decision on where we want to locate it. You know, we ruled out Hitchcock Park because we know you can't put a bubble on it very efficiently, but you can efficiently put a bubble on it, but the utilities will kill you. And so there's no way, and then there's also obviously no overflow space to host events where the kids would on their downtime. So that pretty much is out. And so there has been some discussion about where we're located as far as the rec center, or should we be looking at the Cadwell Park area if that's where we're going to be. And I don't want to speak for Dusty and the board, but I did have a chance to visit, and basically, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dusty, but when you and I had the discussion, it was basically we renovated the rec center pretty much the same year when Gertie Bell Rogers was being built. And there's even additions that were put onto it, obviously the new gym. And so as far as Dusty is concerned, as it's sitting today, the rec center probably is where it's going to be until you need a new elementary school, which you would certainly think that is several years down the road. So I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think that's where the park board kind of is looking at, is that's where the rec center is probably going to be. Unless we see something differently, there would be no reason to build a new rec center, thinking that there's sufficient space and parking and ability to expand if the school cooperates. So that's where I would like to see. I don't know where everybody else is at, but I think the location is really what we're down to now, and it's time to start to bring some of that information out.
What I would like us to do is to have a special meeting where this is the only thing. And it would be a meeting where we would, decide where it was going to be. Rather than have, I don't know how long the agenda would be, but rather than have a full agenda and then have, 2 hours of pool or whatever with public testimony over this side is better than that side. But I agree, it's almost to the point of being ridiculous now, without having a location to keep talking about it. I mean, it's a little bit like somebody who's afraid to drive, and they've been sitting in the car and the key's in the ignition, and it's time to turn the key and get on the road, whatever road that is. But I guess I would like to see us have a special meeting where you didn't have to rush anybody, where anybody who could talk, and there would be time to do that. Rather than, you know how it is, some nights are long, some nights are short.
I agree with Jeff and Mel both that I think it's time that we move forward and make a decision. Dusty has accumulated some information, which I think he could share at either tonight, or if we think that maybe having a separate meeting to determine the location on its own, we can certainly do that. But I think he's compiled some information regarding costs and of location and so on. And so I don't know what would be gained by delaying the decision. Certainly there are some questions to be answered regarding the financing of the pool that have not been completely nailed down. But I think that the decision on the amenities that we want for the pool have, for the most part, been decided. And the bid for the motel owners is something yet to be officially decided upon. And it's kind of like which is first, the chicken or the egg. They would like for us to inform them of all of the particulars, to include location, before they make their decision. We obviously would like to know that the commitment is there on the part of the bid and the motel owners to commit whatever money it is, and the amount that they've dealt with has been $1 million. But at any rate, I'm not sure that we're going to have the final answer on the bid before the decision on the location is made. But to follow up on Mel's suggestion, a date or a time to have a special meeting. Any thoughts there, Mel?
Well, for me, the sooner the better. My personal schedule this week isn't very good for me, but, next week.
One thing I was gonna point out is I know there's people that are here tonight that came prepared to make some presentation. And I know what you're saying, Mel, is we've got, 100 and almost 200 pages into our book tonight. But, I guess it's only 8 o'clock. We've been here a lot longer than I guess we'd like to, but I'm wondering if maybe, I'll just throw this out, a suggestion is possibly, it's on for the discussion tonight, see where we're at. If it looks like it's going, a lot further than what we're gonna have time for, is there a possibility of our next, we all schedule around our council meetings. That's one thing we do know that we're pretty good about showing up. And if we start at an earlier date or time on the 15th, and if it rolls into the council, then so be it. But maybe that's the decision date, is the 15th. And then let's start maybe tonight, and then if we need to start at 6 o'clock or 6:30 or whatever, we can try to keep the agenda maybe a little bit lighter. And then let's hit this hard.
Do we have any other committee meetings, for next week?
Normally we have traffic. Do we have anything, Lyndon? No agenda items?
We started tonight at 5:45.
And that's the one thing of the agenda. Obviously, there's things that have to be on the agenda, maybe because it's towards the end of the year, but I think other topics can be deterred to a different date from Ken and Stephanie that, okay, we'll do that one, the first one in January, instead of, because we already know we're going to have a 2-hour swimming pool discussion or something like that. But I think we can, like you said, keep the agenda halfway light if we need to, because we know we're going to have a long pool discussion.
Well, is there any reason
Keep it on
why
15.
we can't take your suggestion and start the regular meeting at 6 o'clock rather than 7:30, and you tell the public at 6 o'clock, and then there's time. And I'm not opposed to listening people, but I don't want them to make the presentation tonight and then make the presentation again on the 15th. That drove me crazy in the legislature. You'd have 20 people testify, and you'd say, okay, if you have new information, give us new information, and the only new information was their name. And they plowed the same ground again.
I do know of one individual sitting in the audience that's prepared tonight because they could not make the next meeting.
Well, then I think we should hear them.
I guess give them the option tonight.
Something, if we could also, in that meeting, like Mayor alluded to, we don't have a bid. We don't really know what the total financial package is yet. I mean, we've approved it, but how are we gonna do it and when are we gonna do it? That's fine, we nail down the location, but then what?
Well, part of that bid, at least from what I've been talking to people, depends on where we put it. We put it one place, they're interested. We put it another place, they're not interested. So I think, our chicken is the location.
Is there anyone else then that would like to make any comments tonight regarding the pool and the location?
Well, I will just say that I did, I think initially when this discussion first came forward, it seemed like the opinions that I heard were very lopsided in terms of wanting to have the location be at the rec center. With a few people interspersed in there that would say they were interested in having it located at Dakota Wesleyan. Subsequently, I feel like, I think maybe at one point I said, I'm hearing a lot of people that are saying that they want this located by the rec center. I'm not hearing as many that are saying that they wanted it at Dakota Wesleyan. And suddenly, and I don't know if this was the experience that you've had, but suddenly there was rise in the number of opinions that, that it really should be located at Dakota Wesleyan. And in fact, I actually had a hotel owner say to me, I would like to say I'll support the bid only if it is located by Dakota Wesleyan. And so I think that there's a strong push now that I'm hearing a lot more support. And I think if I think about it logically, and that the reason that I would be interested in that site analysis and the pro forma analysis, and if that's stuff that we can get from our local people, then that would be all the better. But I do think that that's an important thing to look at. But I think if all things are equal, if the cost isn't going to be profoundly impacted one way or another, whether we build at Dakota Wesleyan or we build at the rec center, if all things are equal, then my logic says Dakota Wesleyan is where it needs to go. I think it's a great location. I think it makes sense that we capitalize on the wellness center there. The question, some of the opposition to that location make me want to say, well, why wouldn't we want to embrace Dakota Wesleyan? Why wouldn't we want to have a wellness center, area that's where it's right off the interstate? It's easy for people to see. It would be such a great asset to our community. And we're in a small enough town that the people that are saying, well, I'm coming from the north or I'm coming from the south, it doesn't really matter in a town our size. My siblings live in these large areas where they say, oh, it's not very far, it's only 20 minutes. Well, there's very little in Mitchell that you can't reach in 15 minutes, or less. So, I'll just put it out there. I am going to vote in favor of the Dakota Wesleyan location unless there's some profound reason that something I'm missing that would say this isn't the best location. So that will be where I will be voting at this point.
Well, I wasn't going to get into the discussion, but since you raised it, I think there are a couple of reasons, and I've heard the same thing that you've heard, only the opposite. If it goes to Wesleyan, we're not interested in supporting it. But Wesleyan is a private Methodist university, and I think there is potentially a constitutionality issue. Again, my experience in the legislature, it's not necessarily that Mitchell people would object, it's not necessarily that South Dakota people would object, but out-of-state people would come in, and they would want to ride a law that we passed in the legislature to a higher court decision about something. So you could have a situation where everybody in Mitchell is happy with putting it at Wesleyan, and then the ACLU or somebody comes in after it's been put up and says, well, this is basically an $8 million donation to a religious institution, and they're tied up in court. And then what do you do if the court says, yes, in fact, that is what it is? We wouldn't own the land at Wesleyan. We've had two businesses in town, for example, Subway and Zesto, that moved from their locations in part because they didn't own the land underneath the business. So now you have a situation where we build this facility on land we don't own, and you have the city of Mitchell run into financial trouble, like cities in California have. And so now the city of Mitchell has to declare bankruptcy. What do you do with that asset that is on land that you don't own? How does that work? And I know they say, well, the lawyers will work it out. Or conversely, Wesleyan's very healthy. We're great, better a community because we have Wesleyan. And you ask Yankton, Springfield, and Huron if they'd like to have their universities back, and they would say yes. But if you ask Yankton, Springfield, and Huron, do things happen, they would also say yes. What happens if Wesleyan goes under or Wesleyan repurposes? Do we have to stand in line to get our own asset back because we don't own the land underneath it? So I think there are reasons in addition to people just saying, well, I don't want to swim with college kids, or I don't want to go to that end of town, or whatever the case may be, for not putting it at Wesleyan. For me, not owning the land is a deal breaker. And I've spoken with some of the folks out at Wesleyan, and they're not interested, at least at that time, earlier this fall, not interested in donating the land or selling the land because they needed to leverage funds for their institution. So I think there are very good reasons that have nothing to do at all with Wesleyan as an institution for not putting it out there. Now, having said that, I'm not keen on the rec center side, but
Anyone else? Please, step forward.
Ed Potzler. I don't know how putting the rec center at Wesleyan would work. The proposed pool is not a complete aquatic center, and it's not a complete rec center. And currently, I mean, my wife and I go to the rec center every day. There's a number of older people, which this is supposed to help fulfill, that use the machines in one room, the hot tub in the next room, and the pool when they're done. I cannot believe that the city will maintain the indoor pool at the rec center. It's a big expense, especially if you have two more pools at Dakota Wesleyan. So my recommendation, very strongly, and my wife's, is that if a pool is going to be built, it be built where the rest of the rec center equipment is located. That way you don't have to duplicate it, and eventually, if the expenses dictate, the pool that exists there, which is perfectly fine, could be filled and turned into a basketball court, and the two pools that would be residing there could then be used. But it doesn't remove the rec center equipment from the people using the pool. Yes, there are swimmers, and the Mitchell Aquatic Club could care less about machines. But I think a lot of people, especially the older people who need to exercise, find the fact that you have the treadmills and the weight room and the spa and the swimming pool all together in one location is a great advantage. I cannot imagine working out on the machines, going to the spa, dressing, going in my car to across the street to DWU or across town and using those pools. It just doesn't make sense. So if this is going to be a community project, let's try to keep it together. Thank you very much for your time.
you know, the only other thing that I would add for the council and for the people out there listening is, if this gets referred, that's one thing. But if people initiate and say the pool will not whatever, you cannot change an initiated measure for a year. So, you know, depending on what we do and what people do, if they do, and how they do it, you could be derailing this project for a year, 18 months, depending on what the budgetary effect is. And I think given the track record in town of things being referred and initiated, that's something to think about.
Other comments?
Can you explain that a little bit better, Mr. Olson? I guess I don't.
Okay, if let's say we were to vote to put the pool wherever, okay?
Site A.
Site A, and the people refer the decision. We don't want to do that. If it's a referral and they vote down site A, then you could go to site B, C, D, whatever. But if they have an initiated measure and they say, for example, don't build a pool,
Period.
then, and that passes. For a year, you couldn't build a pool anywhere, even if Bill Gates came in and gave you $100 million for a pool. So I don't know that it's going to be referred. I don't know that people are going to initiate, but people have talked to me about that. And so I don't know how many times we've been referred since I've been on the council, but it's 4 or 5 times, and the city council's lost most of them. So that's, that's something for advocates to consider, how it was done. And again, I'm not, a lot of people get angry and they have big talk, and then it's winter and they don't follow through. But, it's something to think about.
But that's the legal procedure. It's
Right.
initiated measure is a legal procedure.
Right, you get a certain number of signatures, and same thing with referral. Now with the referral, they're just referring that particular specific decision. So if we were to put the indoor pool in City Hall, and people went, "Oh my God, are you kidding me?" Then you could not put the pool in City Hall. You could put it, you could buy the ACT building or something. But if they initiate, depending on what they say, if they say, no pool, you don't have the financing, we don't like the location, whatever the reason, then there is no pool anywhere for a year. And then depending on, the financing and the budget year, it may add some extra time. But we had a situation with the trees out on North Harmon Drive, and the people had an initiated measure, and so now, under the initiated measure, the water treatment plant is a public park. That's the way they wrote it. That's the way it is. And so where we, treat water as a public park. So it's the National Guard Armory. But, that's what they voted on, and so we couldn't do anything for it for a year. And the National Guard doesn't care. They have their 99-year lease, so we've just left it alone. But,
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Questions. Amy Novak out at Dakota Wesleyan, and I guess if you're going to delay the discussion until the 15th, we would just want to know from Wesleyan's perspective if there's particular pieces of information. We've never been approached by the city except through sort of a council member to present or share the specific plans and or what is on the table. And I think in fairness to the public, we ought to at least know what it is you would want to be able to make a good decision. And if we can provide that for you in advance of the 15th so that information could be shared, we would be supportive of that. If there are, for example, questions around ownership and there were things we could be approached around those issues, that's something I can take to my board. But in the absence of being formally approached by the city, it's hard for me to take sort of happenstance comments to a governing board of an institution. So we are excited to put that on the table. We understand it could end up anywhere. It's on the table for your consideration. We're excited about the Wellness Center and what it can bring to Mitchell and what the university brings to Mitchell. So I also think a pool is a good thing. So wherever it ends up can be a good thing for Mitchell, and I know that you'll use the best judgment in securing that location.
Is it constitutionally feasible for us to put a city pool on a private?
There are certainly examples of public and private partnerships across our region and state. I am not a lawyer, and I would not respond to that. I think it would behoove the council to explore the legality of that specifically. I don't know that anyone in the room here has particularly researched that in this case to be able to say one way or another how they feel about that or what the actual legal argument would be.
And I thought that I had people share with me examples, and
I mean, obviously we have L.B. Williams located directly on our property, right? And that has cleared multiple hurdles. And we own the property that it sits on. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and nobody here is going to be able to answer that question because it'll be a question that's answered by a judge. But when you file with the federal government, how do you file? you file as simply a private university? You file as a Methodist university?
We file as a 501(c) nonprofit, just like Avera files.
I think your official corporate name is Dakota Wesleyan University Incorporated, the South Dakota Nonprofit Corporation?
We are.
Yeah, I think that's the official name.
We are a 501(c)(3), as any nonprofit entity.
Not all are, see.
You're right.
You're a
There are
South
some that
Dakota
we're a
nonprofit
South Dakota
with
nonprofit
IRS
standards, yeah.
designation to be
Yes, you're correct.
two legs to it, state and federal.
So I guess my conclusion would simply be if you need additional information or if there's insight that needs to be gathered in advance of that meeting, we're certainly willing to provide that for you to the best of our abilities. So,
Amy, you have, from the very beginning, has said, just like you have reiterated, you're very proud of the university, proud to be here in Mitchell. You've got a great project going on, piggybacking on top of other projects you've done the last few years. And you've always said that wherever the pool goes, that's great. I think it'd be good if you utilize the pulpit per se of just explaining to the general public what the wellness center is going to entail. And I know you won't even bring the pool into play. You'll just say, this is what we have got going out Dakota Wesleyan. We're going to have,
Sure.
this size of a facility. This is what we're going to be able to do. This is what our partnership is with Avera. And so I think it'd be good just for the general public just to hear that.
mhm.
And regardless of where we end up putting the pool, utilize that ability to kind of sell Dakota Wesleyan a little bit of what you've got going on. I think that would be very important to at least have a little bit of a presentation of the scope and the size and what you envision the wellness center to do, not only for your university, but for the community itself.
Sure.
I would
And
like to see
I'm assuming you're asking for that on the 15th. I mean, because or do you want it tonight? I can give it to you right now, or I can give you pictures on the 15th. That's where I'm at, Jeff. So, in a nutshell, we're talking about almost a 90,000 square foot facility that is being exclusively funded by private entities and private contributions. It will be close to $11 million when complete. It will have 3 indoor courts, a large space for wrestling, dedicated space in the neighborhood around 3,800 square feet for fitness equipment, aerobic machines, elliptical orbiters. There's a section that's in partnership between Avera and Dakota Wesleyan for athletic training and some rehabilitation of student athletes, et cetera. We're excited about that partnership with Avera. There's public locker room space. There's athletic locker room space that's dedicated to this. But I think the hallmark of it is a 200-meter indoor track. We intend to utilize memberships to open that to the public as well as to the rest of the campus community. It's really designed for serving the general health and wellness of not just Dakota Wesleyan, but what we hope is Mitchell. And we're really excited about bringing in lots of events, 3-on-3 basketball, indoor soccer. We think the economic impact is going to be tremendous of having that additional gym space. At Dakota Wesleyan, by the end of this, we'll have 5 gyms, and if we're sharing the good partnership we have with L.B. Williams, 6 gyms that would be potentially available for use of youth events, to host a number of different things, and it, of course, is sitting right on the interstate. I think it makes a real strong statement for Mitchell and for the economic development to the region. And importantly, 35 to 40% of our students choose to stay in Mitchell after graduation. We know the kind of labor force shortage we're facing in this community. Having the kind of quality of life investments like this wellness center, I think only further enhance Mitchell, and they enhance the university. So for us, it's about recruiting and retaining students and then putting them into the Mitchell labor force. And I'm really excited about the partnership with Avera. I think that's an example of ways in which 2 + 2 equals more than 4, or 1 + 1 equals more than 2, because we're now talking about not just partnerships in terms of nursing and some of the things we've traditionally done, but how we help rehabilitate people, how we talk about nutrition and overall wellness. And I think part of the commitment that Avera made when they committed to the project was also the recognition and hope that a pool would be there for the people who are affiliated with Avera to potentially be using as well in their various facilities, and being able to see the synergy of having a pool and a state-of-the-art wellness and recreation center right next to it that can be opened for general public use. So, certainly we'd love to see the city join with us in that endeavor, and that's why we made the offer that we did to put the land on the table. I mean, we just purchased the land. It wasn't an inexpensive endeavor. We're offering it to you for $1. So I think that is a reflection of the kind of commitment and the kind of university we want to be, supporting this community and supporting the people who make up this community and supporting the future labor force of this community. So
I have a question related to your facility. The handful of people who contacted me in favor of Wesleyan pointed out, I think, a very legitimate point about the disadvantage of the rec center, which would be parking for a swim meet. So I have no idea. I know what parking's like around the campus, but so is that an advantage the Wesleyan site would have over the rec center? I mean,
well, we're
be a big
slated
lot,
for
or?
192 parking slots. And certainly if the pool is put next to it, there's room for a lot more. I mean, there's quite a bit of acreage there. So certainly you're starting off with 100 plus more parking slots out at Wesleyan.
Yeah, and I have no idea how many are at the rec center.
85.
85. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Any other questions of President Novak?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you should bring the pictures on the 15th too. Okay. That would be great.
Anyone else wish to make any comments? If not, we will move on. A discussion or update on the city network project.
At the work session that was held last Thursday, I gave an update to the council regarding our network project status. As you're aware, when I first started, we've had discussions about the fact that the city does not currently have a citywide network. We're utilizing multiple internet providers as well as multiple connections. We don't interconnect to each other. I handed you out all a report that went over the findings from the Bureau of Information Technology. We had them come in and do the South Dakota Broadband Initiative's technology assessment. And I handed that all out to you, that went through our network in detail of what the liability and threat exposures may be, as well as where our areas of improvement are. In my staff report last Thursday, I also gave you what we anticipated the estimated cost to be. I was trying to pull it up on my phone because I forgot my iPad. I couldn't get it to work. So Randy, don't feel bad. I'm not the only one. And I believe that we were right about $124,000 for everything, with all the hardware, all of the server. Yeah. Thank you. Much better. I didn't have it with me. I apologize about that. I'm not going to walk through everything just because I know you've already read through this and I don't want to reiterate what you already know, but what our estimated costs were was $124,000, which included the phone servers, voicemail servers, all the 120 phone sets that would be needed throughout the city, the upgraded network switches. We have to improve some wireless access points, our firewall upgrade, and file servers. As you also know, I also provided a list of some items that either had been budgeted in 2014 or would be budgeted in 2015 for different IT improvements. Many of those that were budgeted for 2014 we have not done, and simply because it didn't make sense to go and buy a firewall for one location when really long term we need to all be on the same location instead of 4 or 5 different firewalls, 4 or 5 different file servers. With that being said, I think the last direction that I got from the council was, is this something that we would try to do in 2014 versus 2015? Andrew, our IT support specialist, was in contact with multiple hardware vendors to determine whether or not we could receive the hardware in 2014, which would be required in order for us to move forward with accounting rules. And it'd be iffy. I mean, I think we could maybe have it by December 31st, but there's some question as to whether we'd actually have it received, which could cause an accounting problem. So due to that, we would rather look at an implementation in 2015. We'd probably look in February so that we could get the reappropriation timelines done. The other thing is we are currently evaluating the difference between doing, there's a couple different providers that we can look at for like things like hosted email and things like that. We want to make sure we're getting the best cost provider. So that'll give Andrew and I a little bit more time to research that. So with that being said, I guess what you could anticipate is that I would be bringing forward requests to reappropriate some of the funds that were identified in 2014 for technology upgrades that we are not doing, as well as some money that we have identified in 2015. In general, I guess I would like to hear feedback from the council, because you didn't really get into this at the work session, about whether this is something that we continue to move forward with. If we're going to continue to move forward with it, there are quite a few items that have to be done in advance of this budget part being done. So I want to know if the council already reviewed the information, you feel strongly opposed to it. I don't want to keep working on it and investing the time and energy into it.
I read through the document you sent us, and it was not good reading, but it was informational. I would really like to see us not do anything, just try to hurry to get it done.
Right.
If there was ever a supplement that I would vote for, and you know how well I like those, I would just prefer not to do anything until we get investigate everything.
Right.
And do it as a package next year.
That's how I feel too. So.
And you're talking 124, is that was some of this stuff budgeted in 2015?
Yep, some of it's budgeted in 2014, some of it was budgeted in 2015.
So you wouldn't need the whole 120?
I don't think we're going to need to request any additional money beyond what's budgeted. I think we can use budgeted dollars to do it, but some of it's going to have to come out of 2014 budget and some out of 2015 budget. I will also tell you that my practice is to try to estimate what our worst case scenario is. Andrew and I have already identified some ways in here that we could probably cut that cost down even more. But I would rather, I take your first look, okay, if this is the worst case, what do we have to do to make sure that we can find the funds to cover it first, and then we're going to continue to evaluate cost savings. That's why we're looking at the multiple providers with the hosted services. The other thing we were looking at is whether we could do hosted voice over IP versus buying the PBX servers. What we've learned with that is it really doesn't make sense, because if you're hosted IP phones and you lose your internet connection, we lose telephone contact, and we can't risk that with public safety. So those are the kind of things that we're investigating in the interim, and that's also why I'm okay with this getting pushed till 2015. I feel better knowing that we have all those items answered.
I take your recommendation, because most of this is all Greek to me. I don't know.
And then the other thing that I guess I didn't point out that we talked about in the work session is that although this requires an upfront capital investment, long-term your operational costs go down. So we're going to be, it's not a whole lot different, roughly about $55 left a month. But for that, you have everybody on a network. We're sharing resources. We're sharing financial software. Everybody's going through a firewall and protected. We have all of our data being backed up, which it's not currently doing, and we're more consistent in the way that we're operating. Did anybody have questions on my report that I handed out?
No, but I appreciate you doing all that work.
Yeah, I guess I don't have an issue, the appropriation from 2014 to 15, and Stephanie, I told you if we can get it done in the first quarter, and you thought maybe we could get it done by the end of the year, because it just takes that long to get, and I know the providers have said, yeah, we can hook it up in, only take us 3 days, but I know, because I work with some of them and it takes them 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So from that standpoint, I guess I don't have an issue with it at all, and I view this as just as much of an infrastructure project as the water and sewer. Especially from the security standpoint of if we've been selling tickets at the Corn Palace on an unsecured system, and somebody swiped their credit card through there, to me, that's putting the public at just as much risk as not having their water or sewer work.
And there are several soft cost savings in investing in the infrastructure. I reiterate what I stated last week, that we have an IT person who has to jump in a city van several times throughout the day to go to a specific location so he can physically touch a PC because we're not networked. You know, that kind of cost savings will be realized as well. Plus, we can do more citywide implementation of updates and managing our network versus having to kind of do everything one PC at a time, which is really time consuming.
I think the consensus would be that we will transfer the 2014 funds into 2015 and then move forward with the improvements.
Okay, I will proceed on then. Thank you.
Next item, Resolution 3232 was a resolution to raise the sewer and water rates in 2015, but based upon the decision that was made in the committee, I think that we will not we will just delete that resolution from the agenda, and the new resolution will be on the December 15th council meeting. So we will then move to Resolution 3234, surplus real property as described as Lot R3 of Depot Addition to the City of Mitchell, lying in the north half of the southwest quarter of Section 22, Township 103 North, Range 60 West of the 5th PM.
Move to approve Resolution 3234.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 3234. Any further discussion?
I really have a problem giving up that property until we know whatever's going on downtown. Look at long-term plans, that sort of stuff. It's operating now where the lots are being utilized, they're being cleaned. I just really have a.
Susan, did you have
Yeah,
any
I did.
opportunity to do any
Actually,
research on
I
that?
think
Or
that was why Jeff and Harry Kirkmeyer originally came, was so that they could, but they did email me. I went over to Jeff's house that night and just took him the map and said, you know, I'm not going to be at the Mitchell Main Street and Beyond meeting tomorrow, but here's the information. And they emailed me and said, you know, it's not, as you said, I know, I should have listened, that it won't impede the plans that they have for the streetscape. Right now, it's the parking lot that the depot is already using. And so the email that I received from them said, we don't have a problem with the depot purchasing the parking lot that they already are using. So as long as I know that they have given their blessing, I guess I have no concerns then either.
okay, we had a motion and a second to approve Resolution 3234. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Can we go back to 3232 for a second? I think procedurally, I think we should move to do not pass it.
Okay, we can do that.
So I will move that we do not pass Resolution 3232.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to do not pass Resolution 3232. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 3236, Lot 1-B of North Maui's First Edition, a subdivision of Lot 1 in the west half of the northwest one quarter, also described as Lot 1 subdivision of Government Lot 1, all in Section 31, Township 104 North, Range 60 West of the 5th PM, Davidson County.
Council members and Mayor, you should have a copy of this plat in your packet as well. It's also, you can see in the Planning Commission minutes of the November 24th meeting that they recommended approval of this plat. just to refresh your memory, this one was that conditional use permit that you approved a meeting or two ago with that individual who was going to do that agronomy business out there. He just didn't plat it because he didn't want to spend the money in platting it until you know for sure you get the conditional use permit. So this is basically about outlining what he's looking to purchase. Yeah.
Move to approve resolution 36.
Motion and second to approve resolution 3236. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 3237, Lot 1 of Haley's Edition in Government Lots 3 and 4 of the Northwest 1/4, Section 3, Township 103 North, Range 60 West of the 5th PM, Davison County.
Again, if I direct your attention to the planning commission minutes in your packet, you would see that they did recommend approval of this one. This one also is a follow-up of something that you did previously, is that house moving and that rezoning. So what this is actually platting out a parcel of it for where just the house is going to be sitting on. You probably noticed also a reference in the planning commission about wanting to get the access point identified, and I did receive an updated plat that points out that access point. So again, these are usually always follow-ups after something you approve. This is that Haley project, if you remember. Just to have a survey point, and I got that. Mr. Ryland was very prompt
Move to
about getting
approve
that.
3237.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution 3237. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 3238, Lot 2X-1-A of Joyce Country Estates in the southeast 1/4 of Section 14, Township 103 North, Range 60 West of the 5th PM, Davison County.
Okay, this one obviously had a little bit more discussion if you saw in the planning commission minutes about this one as well. On your packet, you should also have a aerial, I believe was submitted to you, kind of giving you another outline of that. And one of the discussions, if you could see in the minutes, was identifying some access should have gotten, well, I see you guys got some. I don't know, could it look like this? You got it? Yeah. Anyway, that's an exhibit that was presented to you at the planning commission. It just kind of shows exactly how, who owns what and so forth. And then the red line is identifying the parcel that is being platted, as well as you can see the copy of the plat that's in your packet as well. And so I think that's, this kind of pretty helped outline what it is. And so I guess I'll just yield to any comments that the surveyor or Carl wants to comment on.
There was some discussion about whether or not there was agreement between Mr. Goldhammer, whom is serviced by that driveway, whatever it is, however it be characterized, as well as the access onto, is it Dorothy Drive that it comes off, Dorothy Court, it comes off there. Now, the red square is the old city landfill from years ago. I think it was closed, gosh, in the 50s, before the one out across the railroad tracks from where Meadhamas reside by the river was even commenced. This was the 50s and 60s city dump. And with the rules and regulations and laws regarding solid waste disposal that had to be reclaimed, and it was reclaimed, fully reclaimed and closed and signed off on, to my knowledge, by all the regulatory agencies which would be involved in excess of 20 years ago. The discussion was whether there was a outstanding agreement for the city to acquire some dirt from lands owned by Mr. Goldhammer for use within that parcel. And apparently there was, but that dirt was obtained and long, 20-some years ago. There's no outstanding need or agreement for the city to get dirt for Mr. Goldhammer to use for closing the dump, according to Ron and my discussion with Ron. And as I understand it, the consideration for the city taking the dirt that it needed, however many, I don't know if it was a lot or a little, whatever, but whatever it needed, was that Mr. Goldhammer would have access across the old dump, which cannot be built on, which is the yellow line off of which Dorothy Court emanates. And I see no reason not to dedicate that off of 8th Street as a right-of-way, whether we do it by right-of-way easement. Neil and I talked about it briefly, but we can work that out. And the surveyor, Paul, talked about it to some extent, and it could just as well be right-of-way. It's obviously public right-of-way up to, unless Dorothy Court is taken off, that access is taken off of that yellow road diagonally crossing the old city dump. I say city dump because that was back in the days when things were just dumped and burned. It wasn't landfilled like the more recent ones are. And brought down on the section line, which is still a right-of-way that's there, but it just seems silly. That road is, I think whether it was a gentleman's agreement or what, formal, informal, I don't know, but I'm confident that there was a consideration to Mr. Goldhammer for supplying the dirt that the city needed to close its old city dump under EPA regulations, that he would have be allowed an access across it to access his property. And of course, since then, there's Dorothy Court has come off there. And if it's a gentleman's agreement, we should honor them, be gentlemen and honor it. And it's developing beyond that, beyond Mr. Goldhammer himself, because we have Dorothy Court coming off it now. So it just as well be right of way.
So in essence, the issue came down to, because you cannot landlock a parcel. So that was the issue why this came up, is because we had to have a way to get to that. And that's where that dotted line, if you see on the plat,
Which dotted line? Is it a color?
go to your actual plat drawing on page, I don't have my, 117, is you could see there where it's got the dotted line that kind of jags around to the south, where it talks about the 12-foot wide private easement. Because, see, that's the reason why this all came about, is because there was you can't landlock a parcel, and so that's.
Yeah. Now,
so that's this demonstration on that
if
yellow
you
line.
leave, as you go east on 8th Street and then jog to the right after entering into that red outlined parcel there, which is the old city dump, the point at where it exits becomes private drive. So we can only dedicate the portion as public access that crosses the city parcel. And,
So we won't have any responsibility for clearing the snow there?
well,
I don't think we've ever have we?
I don't know the
I
answer
think
to
Mr.
that.
Goldhammer's done that all the way from Dorothy Court to his driveway that heads into his home.
I expect that that's likely true. I don't doubt that one bit.
It's very well maintained, too.
It's a good road now. It's not a trail or a path anymore.
Where it goes, let's see, I'm looking for the cul-de-sac. Yeah, we go to Dorothy Court, and then there's a sign on the other side of Dorothy Court that says private drive. That's where we
Okay.
stop.
Well, we can dedicate as public right-of-way up through Dorothy Court, and then grant easement beyond that. We can work that out with the surveyor.
And then there's a little section from that road going up to the section line, which would be Dorothy Court. That also needs to be dedicated. There's a little piece in here. This plat for Dorothy Court starts at this red line. So a small section.
Oh,
of that
yes,
also
Dorothy
needs to
Court,
be
Dorothy Court, that's exactly right. We'll have to point that out to Paul. Up through there and incorporate that piece of Dorothy Court, otherwise we've got to reorganize that whole thing out there for no good reason.
I'm going to move to approve 3238.
With those,
With the condition.
Yeah.
okay.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution 3238 with conditions. Any further discussion?
Okay, the
All in
surveyor is
favor,
here.
say aye.
Oh,
Opposed? Motion carried. Second reading and adoption of ordinance 2503, amended supplemental appropriations.
I'll move to put ordinance 2503 on second reading.
Second.
Motion second to place ordinance 2503 on second reading. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to adopt.
Motion and a second to adopt ordinance 2503. Roll call vote, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. The ordinance is adopted. First reading of ordinance 2504, supplemental appropriations.
Move to put ordinance 2504 on first reading.
Second.
Motion and second to place ordinance 2504 on first reading. Any discussion?
As the handout,
Yes.
not.
Which is different than
Which is
what
different
your
than what-
packet is.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. First reading of ordinance 2504-005, an ordinance amending Title 9, Chapter 2, Section 9-2-1 by adopting portions of the 2012 edition of the International Building Code and portions of the 2012 International Residential Code.
Yeah, John Haig, the building inspector, is wanting to go forward with this, and he has quite a voluminous number of amendments, deletions, additions, et cetera, But now when we adopt a published code, an authorized published code, by published, I mean a company produces it and a convention produces it. We don't have to publish the whole code. We just publish notice of adoption, but we have to publish that twice. Once a week for 2 successive weeks in reference that it's in the available in the city finance office. Now, the voluminous number of amendments, deletions, et cetera, we only need to publish once. So by splitting this off and minimizing what we publish twice, we're going to have one fat newspaper instead of 2. But if we can get it done, we'll have that available next week still. So they'll be, by publication time, they probably would go into effect simultaneously. And John can address those when we bring them up.
Now, the only beef I have, and I'm sure it's a typo, but if you look on page 145, the 3rd paragraph down right above section 2, it says the 1012 edition. We're not really going back to the time of.
No.
Wilmington.
You mean the Dark Ages?
Yeah.
No, we don't want to do that. That looks like a typo. I'm not sure what happened, but something happened.
So I will move
2012.
to put ordinance 2505
I think
on
that maybe
first
when
reading.
King
with
Arthur
the-
was, became a legend.
Yeah, with the correction to make it the 2012 edition.
Yeah, 2012.
Additional correction to put the second reading as December 15th and adoption December 15th, not 17th.
Where do you see
I
that?
have those blanks.
Oh, yeah.
Those are there for the actual dates as they turn out. They may be anticipatorily put in there, but what the actual dates is what will be put in there as they occur.
Right, but we won't meet on the 17th to have the second reading. It'll be on the 15th.
15.
Okay, I didn't put those dates in there. I left them blank to be.
You seconded it?
Yeah,
Yes, with.
second with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just a reference for the actual dates.
That's a typo.
Okay.
Right.
That's good enough. I'll settle for that.
We have a motion and a second to pass, place ordinance 2505 on first reading with the corrections made on the dates to reflect 2012 and December 15th. Any further discussion?
The only discussion I would have is, I think this is like the fire code, and before we actually adopt, I want to see the code and what we're going to do and not do.
I think probably John Haig should appear at the next council meeting, and it might take some time, or if you have time, go have him show you the code. It's the differences between the 2003, I think we're on now, and 2012.
Put that beyond next meeting, because it's the next meeting.
There's a lot of stuff there,
And swimming pool, I think we would. could do
Well,
that.
let's put it on for the next meeting, and then when it comes up, we can put it off if we need to.
you need to.
We could put it as a Public Works Committee.
Nope, because they're starting their meeting at 6.
At 6.
No committee.
So just have it as an agenda item.
Mel, would it be helpful for you to receive in advance a document that would highlight what the changes are, so that?
Yeah, I don't need to see the whole thing, but I'd like to see the
Just so
changes.
you could get a notation on what the changes are and
Yeah.
what they're accomplishing?
Right.
So that you get to review that prior to the meeting, because we can certainly have that for you in your packet.
You know, because you recall the fire code thing, and you, under the new one, you're supposed to have a detector in your kitchen, and, you know.
But
bunch of
the
other
code
things.
itself is a binder that's about that, and
Yeah.
we're adopting portions of it. And
I was on the Commerce Committee for 12 years. These
So you
codes were the
understand very
bane
well.
of my existence.
these are comprehensive,
Yeah.
comprehensive things.
We would argue for weeks over them.
I can understand that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to place ordinance 2504 on first reading with the corrections. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Consider approval, a collection services agreement with AAA Collections Incorporated.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the collection agreement with AAA Collections. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Consider approval of contract for E911 services and traffic services with Aurora County, Rural County, Hanson County, Hutchinson County, and McCook County with no traffic services.
These are contracts that are similar every year. The only thing we're doing different is we're going to try and incorporate a 3% cost of living for the next 5 years, so that this contract would run for 5 years. And this was at the suggestion of some of you council members to try this. So this is something we want to give a try, so we don't have to keep bringing it back every time. There is an out for both the city and the counties in this if something isn't working. There's a 6-month notification. Or if they quit paying for some reason, there'd be a 30-day notification on the city that we would end services.
Have you had positive indications from these counties, or have they not been approached yet about the 5 years?
They have not been approached yet about the 5 years till we get this okayed through you. We've mentioned it, but it's not a certain thing. We've got both contracts made, both the 5-year and the single year, based on what your actions are tonight. They know there's an increase coming of like $1 per capita, but the cost of living is something that we would propose to them after, if it's approved by you.
Do we have to go 5 or 1? I mean, could we
You can
shoot
do
for
whatever you want.
5 and then maybe do 3?
Sure. We can restructure it to whatever you approve.
I like the 3.
I do too.
We can just end it at after 3 years if you want. We'll redo them.
Are we pretty consistent with other E911 rates as far as per capita? Do you?
We're a little lower than some. Some are quite a bit higher, and some of them, we believe, or may lose some county. I mean, based on the new technology that's out, you could basically pick any station you want to run your.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
can hop over one?
No, so
Oh,
if
yeah.
Hanson
They don't have
County
to
wanted to
pick
have
theirs.
Rapid City do theirs, they could. Right. So we want to stay competitive also on what we're at, and we believe we can run it with this proposal. So, yeah.
Are you comfortable with the rates, Wyndham?
We are. Yep. And if you want to do a 3-year, that's fine with us too.
Well, I mean, you know, I just don't see any county going for a 5-year deal. If I were a county commissioner, I wouldn't.
Okay. You want to propose a 3-year on all these?
I'll make that motion
To go with 3-year?
for 3 years on the.
With that
the
3% cost of living?
3% cost of living to the 5 counties that we have listed on the agenda.
I have a motion and a second to approve the contract for E911 services and recommend a 3-year contract with the cost of living increases. Any further discussion?
And McCook, no traffic service.
Right.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Consider approval of a certificate of substantial completion to Menning Backhoe LLC for the Avera Queen of Peace Storm Sewer City Project 2012-2.
Page 189. This is just a process paperwork that we go through on major projects. Page 191 shows a project punch list that we met with SPN and the contractor to go through a majority of these things. Shane and I actually are meeting with SPN tomorrow morning at 9:30 to go through some of these items, if they were done or not. We would recommend that we approve it contingent on the recommendation that we would have after tomorrow's meeting. And we could let the mayor know if that sounds okay, or you could table it until after that meeting.
What do you anticipate being done
I don't,
by tomorrow?
I don't anticipate, I anticipate all the issues being done.
'Cause there's some pretty significant
Yeah,
items on this list.
yeah, a majority of them have been done since, we met back in October, and I don't think there's many that are left, but, we have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Why wouldn't we wait?
And you could do that. I have no issue.
Now, I don't see how we can say they've substantially completed before we actually
Yeah.
know they're substantially complete.
No, and I'm fine with that,
So basically, we just missed it by a day.
yeah,
So we table?
table it.
Move the table
Table till the 15th.
till the 15th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table the certificate of completion for Menning Backhoe until the next meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Consider approval a certificate of contractor and indemnity agreement to Menning Backhoe LLC for the Avera Queen of Peace Storm Sewer City Project 2012-2.
Do we need to table this as well?
Is this related to, obviously?
I would table this one too.
Move to table.
Motion second to table the indemnity agreement with Menning Backhoe. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Consider approval a certificate of substantial completion to Suncota Construction for the library renovation and addition city project 2013-7.
Are we done?
There's not gonna be any more supplementals?
Larry Jersa, architect for the library. The punch list is not completed. I don't believe they even worked last week, but the project is substantially complete. Typically, what we do is hold retainage back for the value of the items that are not completed. And with the change order of the 41,000 plus the 91,000 of the last pay request, the contractor is out about $130-some thousand, and there probably isn't $5,000 worth of stuff left, if there's that. It's just minor items. But when I do a substantial completion certificate, that means the building is complete enough for the use that it is intended for, and the building is done for that. It's just, these are mainly minor touch-up things and that kind of thing. So I would say yes, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it was substantially complete November 7th, and they have been doing some punch list things. They do have some that are completed, but tonight earlier today, I went over there and they're still working on some, so.
When do you expect it all to be done then?
Well, I'm going to call Bob Fraser tomorrow and push them, just to get it done, get their toolbox out of there. There isn't anything that's real major that it shouldn't take them more than a week to do if they got the guy there, or the guys there to do it, so.
Have a tough time proving something without
Well, the thing, you have to understand, the technical term for substantial completion in an architectural contract is the building is complete enough for its intended use. And so if there is a touch-up paint needed on a door or caulking around a pipe, that has nothing to do with the ability to use the building. So that's what the term means substantially complete.
What's the final payment that we're holding at this point?
Well, he's asked for, I believe it was 91,000. That was his remaining 5% retainage. And then he's got another 41 for the change order. And I wouldn't approve the 41 for the change order until the project is totally complete. But there's not anywhere near $41,000 worth of work there.
Okay, so he will not be paid 41 until
No.
you have signed off?
He will, no,
substantially?
until that punch list is completely done, he will not be paid I won't approve the 41. And part of that is they are compiling operation and maintenance manuals. It takes a little time, some paperwork, and we've got reports that need to be turned in, test and balance reports. Apparently it's done, but I haven't seen the report. The fire sprinkler testing reports that Marius Larson actually tested it, but we need to have a report in the file, even though that comes from his department. But just to get the paperwork, the release of liens isn't turned in until he gets final payment. But anyway, I'm totally comfortable with paying his 5% retainage, and then when that last change order, well, like I said, it's $41,000. And
So what happens if we don't approve this tonight?
He doesn't get his payment?
No, it's just a matter of the certificate of substantial completion is more for insurance transfer, and the insurance has already been transferred. So if you don't sign it, I guess nothing happens. In other words, the project's still done. I mean, in terms of using it, and he still has the punch list to do. Well, you know, it's just I guess it's just a formality to put on record that the project was substantially complete November 7th. And that's when the insurances were transferred. And that's when the warranty periods start for the mechanical equipment. That's all it means.
So is the Queen of Peace, this for Terry, the Queen of Peace storm sewer project, we just said no? That certificate of completion?
Well, I'm not familiar with that project.
No, I'm
but-
talking Terry.
That's the same thing. I mean, right now, the majority of the project is in working order right now. The pond is taking stormwater and things like that.
That's what I'm trying to, the two of them.
Yeah.
One we just said no, this one.
A lot of times, we approve the substantial completion on these, but the final completion is not done until all those items are done. So a majority of these projects we approve because a majority of the work is done. It is in operation. The items that we're waiting for are some minor elements and minor things that don't get approved until that final completion is done.
So Terry, do you feel that there's a difference between the Queen of Peace and the library, or do you think we should be consistent?
Exactly.
Put you on the spot.
Well, I think, going back to it, I think they're both in the same. I think they're both in working order. Right now, the storm pond is taking water. It's doing what it needs to do. There's some minor cleanup work that needs to be done. So in a sense, they're both in the same. I don't have an issue holding back this other one, but after thinking about it and after hearing a little bit of Larry, they're one and the same. They are, there's some minor cleanup, little details that need to be done, and really, that's it. Then the projects will be complete. We will have to do a final completion before that project is finalized and closed out anyway. So this is just is a majority of the project, is it in working order? Can you open the doors? Can you open up the gates if there is a flood and the Avera project is not working, then we're not at substantial completion. If there's a flood and that has taken water, which it has been for many months, then we're in working order right now.
Larry, will he have this done in 2 weeks? This $5,000 or $10,000 worth of stuff he has to do?
All I have to do is tell him to get it done in 2 weeks if he
Well,
wants to
I'm
get
gonna
his
make a motion to
$47,000.
And I'm gonna make a motion to table.
I'll second.
Motion is to table for, till the next meeting. We have a motion and a second to table the certificate of completion for Suncota till the next council meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thanks, Larry. Review and approve the 2015 insurance benefits for employees as provided by the Insurance Committee.
Hello, Billy Kelly, Human Resources Director, and on page 204, we have the summary that the Insurance Committee voted on this year. And basically, I just highlighted what increases we had. The city covers the full cost of individual employees, which is $979 per month. In some of our studies, we've realized that's not the true cost. The true cost is significantly more than that. Premiums for two-party plans will increase by 6%, as will family plans are increasing by 6%. We've done a little bit of figuring, and the two-party plans actually are carrying a little bit more weight than the family plans are, so in the future we want to adjust that. Let me see, that will generate another $26,000 of revenue for the health fund. We left the deductions the same because we just increased those 2 years ago from $500 to $750, and I know that that sounds like a ridiculously small deductible, but that's been one of the cornerstones of the city's plan. Coinsurance has been increased by $500, and we have been working with Dice Financial or Dice Benefits on this, and they predict that that could be a savings of $55,000 for our fund. Prescription costs will go towards your maximum out-of-pocket this year. That's a federal mandate, and will help those who have significant costs in that area. Our plans are all 80-20 in network, 70-30 out of network, and we have preventative benefits at no cost to the employees. Of course, the city pays for those, but it's no cost to the employee, and we're hoping that in the future, you all know the philosophy of preventative benefits is that, you know, if you catch something early, it's going to be better for the employee or their family. It's going to be better for our fund as far as expenses, and so we think those preventative benefits are real important. The grid there just shows how much the city covers for single, two-party, and family, and how much a two-party and a family plan would cost for the employees. And we do have, several years ago, some of you might remember, we passed a resolution that said anybody who retires, if they've been here 10 years and are at least 60 years of age as a general employee, can get, at that time it was about $180 a month discount on the health plan. And we thought that in the future, the marketplace with the Affordable Care Act would maybe encourage some of the retirees that they may be able to go onto the marketplace and get cheaper rates than what we have here for the city. Some do and some don't. I guess it depends on what their income is in retirement. Some of them can't qualify for tax breaks on that. Dental insurance also went up by 3.4%. We've been with Delta Dental forever, and a lot of our employees buy into that plan. Flexible spending, we have about 60 out of the 170 employees that are involved in that. Term life insurance, we pay, let me see, $2.33 a month per employee to provide $15,000 worth of life insurance and accidental death and disability. Out of the 170 employees, we probably have maybe 50 that also purchase additional term insurance. And we make sure to let them know that this is something that, you know, when they retire, they're not going to have $200,000 worth of insurance. This is term insurance, and it ends with their career here. The health fund, I know that you'll hear more about this from Stephanie and probably from me, but the committee has been reviewing the status of our health fund. And just very quickly, I just want to let you know, there's a real I heard somebody up here mention 2008 when the economy kind of, our health fund, I have to tell you, I was hired in 2011. That's when we had the big hailstorm that was $700,000 worth of damage. That's also the year that we spent $1.3 million in medical expenses. The following year, it jumped up to $2.3 million, and it has not gone down since then. In 2011, it was $1.3 million. In 2012, it was $2.3 million. In 2013, it was 2.1, so it went down by a couple $100,000.
So what do you attribute that to?
Just higher medical costs. This is just the medical and prescription costs that the city's paying out of our health fund. And so when you're self-insured, you're kind of, the thing you're doing is that if you have a really good year, that money stays in your account. If you have a really bad year, you need to make sure you're funding your plan. And I think what we'll do is in the future, we'll set a 5-year goal where we can do that. But basically right now, it looks like the city's contributing, let me see, like $1.7 million into this health fund when they contribute about $800-900 per employee per month. But as you can see, when you're contributing $1.7 million and your costs are $2.3, we need to take some serious action in the future just to make sure that our funds stay stable. And we're hopeful that we're going to have better claims in the future. In November, we just had 141,000. We've been averaging $200,000 a month in health claims. We've had some real significant health claims. So anyway, what we want to demonstrate is that the employees are trying to contribute to the health fund, but with increased premiums, with increased a higher maximum on their out-of-pocket expense. And the city has increased what we are providing into the health fund by 10% per employee. And I can predict that that is not going to be enough. The thing is, when we do study this, we'll give you some information on fully insured and self-insured. The bottom line is self-insured is still the best way to go, because if we do have a good year, we keep that money. If we're fully insured, that money goes out the door no matter what our claims are. So I guess I would just ask for approval of the hard work that the committee put in. Dave Tronis and Dan Allen are representing the council on the committee, as well as a union representative from the fire, the police, and the AFSCME. There's a couple management people and a couple line staff people on the committee. So,
What do we have as our reserve fund goal balance?
the goal that was thrown out by our consultant is $1 million.
Which that would be 6 months of operation.
Right. Well, I mean, we've had this argument before, and I've always been a high balance guy, but.
Right. I think some of the, some of the movement in the future would be to protect the fund. And as Tom Dice explained to our committee, the really good thing about it is if you're underfunding this fund, it's still going to cost you the money. We cannot control what the medical expenses are. No matter how much we put in that fund, we still have to pay the bills when they come in, whether they're $2 million or whether they're 1.5. We would love to have a $1.5 million year and have $500,000 left at the end of the year in our fund. But we do have some plans that will be presented to you in the future, and we would like to bring our consultant in to assist with that, maybe during a work session with Stephanie.
Is it $900 for $800 to $900 per employee?
$979 per employee per month.
And if he has his wife and family on there, is that more? Or what?
They
I've
pay
not done that in
for
the
their
past.
wife and their family.
And that costs at that equivalent rate also?
Actually, this is just the medical expenses. The premiums that the employees pay pretty much just cover the fixed expenses, which are $464,000 a year more than the medical.
Well, me and my wife were under that plan, it would cost us $1,800 a month? Is that?
Well, you're a city employee, so
Well, yeah, but I got.
yours would be free,
I'm
but
trying to figure the value of my TRICARE.
TRICARE is better, believe me. But anyway, I would ask for approval if.
Nothing.
One quick question.
Yes.
Resolution 3064,
Yes.
can you explain that?
That was a few years ago when we had people, at that time, we had several employees that were looking at wanting to retire but not being able to retire because they couldn't afford the insurance. And our goal was not to make it so that it was cheap insurance, because obviously the more people you have on your plan, especially retirees, the more expense you're going to have. But we had people that were several employees that had to go on disability. And, you know, they could have retired before that had they been able to, you know, afford the insurance. And so we do have a resolution, and when we look over the health plan, I'll bring a copy of that resolution. And it simply says that they got a $180 discount per month. So instead of paying $979, they would pay $779 basically a month. Plus, they would pay the same cost for their spouse as what a regular employee would pay.
City pays for the employee, but for some small portion, then the employee pays for the additional.
Yeah, we'll have more on that. The city pays, I guess there's many ways to look at it. I can't answer that right now. Yeah. But we are on the right path. I believe that we are.
The only problem we got, we're getting older.
Well, and our workforce is an aging population as well. You know, long-term employees are wonderful. I'm one of them, but, you know, there's costs associated with that.
$1 million is not a lot of money in reserve either. We just had former employee's daughter heart transplant, $1.7 million.
In the past, we have had some situations where there's been a laser, which means we have a stop loss of $75,000, which means our health fund pays for the first $75,000 of an employee's medical costs.
And then reinsurance kicks in at a point.
Then reinsurance kicks in, but after that's after their deductible, and they're still paying 80/20, but our 80% goes up to $75,000. When that hits $75,000, reinsurance kicks in. Reinsurance is very, very expensive. There was one year when reinsurance spent a whole lot more money than what we paid them, and we've been paying the price for that ever since. They will, yeah.
Well, yeah, insurance companies are in business to make money.
It's a very interesting process, though, and we want to make sure that you're all involved and that you know kind of intimately what's going on with the health fund, because we need to figure out what the commitment to the city is going to be in the future. And we believe that with 4 or 5 years of good, solid planning, we would be in a much better situation, you know, without, as Stephanie will say, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So, you know, without some huge catastrophic event. But this year, we do not have any lasers.
We don't?
We have no lasers. Which means, you know, if there was a certain condition, we would have to pay. We had one case where we were supposed to pay $400,000 if a situation developed with that particular employee. It didn't, but we would pay $400,000 rather than $75,000 had that situation developed.
That's encouraging. That they didn't laser anybody else.
They did not laser anyone. Last year, we had 4.
They're not pretty hesitant of paying on someone they know is an issue, so evidently we're getting some employees are getting health care.
We hope so. We hope so, yeah.
So are you let me use an example. So let's say a person has diabetes, they might laser them and say, no.
It would have to be quite a bit more serious than diabetes. It would have to be a transplant. It would have to be a chronic condition that's going to go on for a very long time. If it's a short-term chronic condition, that situation kind of resolves itself,
An
unfortunately.
example would be, there are some medical conditions where their annual or their monthly prescriptions are several $100,000. That kind of stuff. Not a known issue kind of issue. More like a
Sure.
major medical issue. Transplants, cancers.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second to approve the 2050 insurance benefits provided by the insurance committee. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Abatement of taxes, approve property tax abatements for 2013 taxes payable in 2014 as listed. You wish to do all of them at once? I will.
This is all the county buildings, right?
Second.
Motion and second to approve the tax abatements as listed. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Entertain a motion for the city council to enter executive session.
So moved.
Second. Motion second to enter executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.